All right. What up? What? Look, what up, everybody? I didn't even get on my work clothes yet, but what's up? What's up? What's up? Y'all know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. Hey, don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons. Big shout out to all my peeps out there in the Shark Tank. I see you. To all my people on the back street. What up? Let me get my quick shout outs right quick here. Get this thing a popping right quick. As y'all notice, I got the calling number pinned up, We're just going to be kicking it today on this Hot Mic Friday. So if you got something to say, feel free to jump in right in there and say it. I'm going to pick this up at Borderline Kennels. Breezy out there in the house. I see you, Breezy. My man, Mr. Vernon Starr. What's up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. The Incomparable Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my Spike Brothers. Kennels in the house. I see you, fam. Yo, 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 my man, Hard Finish Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man Sam Hobbs in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Styles Kennels in the house. What up, fam? The Incomparable Eli Monster. What up, fam? 1KRU, I see you, fam. What up? Let me just run down that list right quick, make sure I didn't skip nobody. The one and only Arrowhead Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Bulldog in the house. What up, fam? Hey, while I'm going down through this, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit the like button. You know it's free. Hey, man. Appreciate everybody for showing up. No, just that Friday, you're trying to get everything on the last minute. And then, dang, I didn't even get a chance to get out my work stuff. But look here. We've been in the game for a lot of years. We've had the pleasure of meeting so many guys. And if to be as old as I am now and look back on them and then know the history of the dogs and the men. It's just, it's almost like a blessing to know that you know those people. And at that moment, they don't be as famous as they become as the years go on. And one of them people I want to give a big shout out about that, that stood out, Mill Buster, Ed Farron. I mean, there's so many that we've had the pleasure, even California Jack, we've had the pleasure of actually meeting them and going to them people's houses. James Edwards, Mr. Robinson. I mean, there's just so many, but one that stood out and was, as one of them real, like, nice times. Because being from the city, it was just something different because you're up in the mountains, hanging out, and I think Supernat just gave us one of them kind of experiences that was just unforgettable. And you think about that, could you guys do what we was able to do back then? Because a lot of guys didn't want a whole lot of people on their yards, you know what I mean? Well, David Tamp was one of them. You had to go meet him at the store somewhere, and he'd be up there with you and get your shit, make the transaction, he'd be gone. But never had to work. I mean, just never did. We never dealt with that type of stuff. But it was just one of them blessings when you sit back and think about all the guys that opened up their doors that we would spend the nights with. My family meet their families. Women in the one room talking, wives and everything. And then the fellas out there drinking and smoking and just talking bulldogs. Whole weekends sometimes. And you kind of wonder if we have lost that. See, I guess one thing I learned about this dog game over the years, I understood the fraternity part. I remember we was in Puerto Rico and I don't know a bit of damn Spanish at all. We had Puerto Rican friends, Dominican friends, Mexican friends. I mean, we've been all over everywhere, and sometimes that communication gap wasn't there, but we always had somebody who was interpreting things for us. And then when you're hanging out at the club, they bumping to the same music we is. They bumping Snoop Dogg and Dre and 50, and they know the words to it, but I can't speak one bit of Spanish. But we all had the Bulldogs in common. And then I guess when you're getting together and you're talking Bulldogs, that always gonna lead to fun. You know what I'm saying? Playing cards, gambling, drinking, and just so many things that I can always have as a special memory. And I don't know how much y'all, how much they do that today. I mean, big shout out to, I think the shows this weekend, everybody is going down to Louisiana, hope, take a lot of pictures of everybody because you never know when them pictures come back to be something in the future that become cherishable. So you got to really take advantage of all the moments, man, because they do become worth something years from now. I'm going to give a big shout out to my man, Borderland Kennels, Breezy, coming through with a 5-piece. He says, salute twins, let's set it on fire today. Got that Hot Mike Friday Lego. Big ups to the chat. Smash that like button. Love from the Borderland. Appreciate the love, fam. Much love. Y'all know the super chat and everything working. That phone number working and everything. When we have these kind of conversations, because I'm just going to open it up and just, we're going to cover a couple things tonight, but that SuperNat, I don't know how many people really know who SuperNat is. But he's one of them high echelon dog men, they had the nerve, that had, just that thing in and to answer the phone and said, come on up. And opened up his doors and just showed us one of them nice times. But then there was a lot of that back then. At least for us. I guess, a lot of them thought it was crazy because we was twins and they just, they heard about us, but then they'd be like, dang, it's two of y'all, and that would always break the ice because, everybody got their twin jokes. And then with our wives looking pretty much alike, they thought that was even more crazy. I always say it was a twin thing. But whatever it took and however it got us in, we got in. And it was just one of them things that, when you get to know people and they feel comfortable with you, and you talking Bulldogs, they share a whole lot of knowledge. They share a whole lot of the stories. When you got around them older dog men, because even though we old now, but they were older for us when we was hanging around them. And they had some of the stories that y'all read in books. Or something that you might have read somewhere, and they was like, they give you a whole new version and say, nah, they don't know what they talk about. So-and-so said that, but, they ain't no shit. I had the damn dog. That's what everybody say. But they ain't writing no books. You don't see SuperNat out there writing no books. You don't see him posting online. You don't, very rarely, if we wasn't sitting here telling this story, where would you get the story from? But the man has some great dogs. Pretty much knew everybody. Very seldom did you ever see him lose. I mean, I've never heard. I mean, I found one loss that he had, and it was to a good dog. But you ain't gonna find many. I mean, he had a couple grand champions, multi-grand champions, with not just 5 wins. I'm talking about 6 and 7, couple of them. But he was a real serious dog man when it came down to sharing his knowledge on why he did the things he did, because that was always the thing that intrigued us about all the dog men. Nobody was the same. Everybody had something different. Something made them special. And that's what was working for us. We wanted to see what made them special. Why were they able to have the accomplishments that they had? Where did the success come from? How did you start even dealing with these damn dogs? You know, to be able to be consistent and create great dogs regardless of what blood it was. So a lot of that we carried along with us, and we say it all the time, came from a bunch of damn people. Always taking that time to go sit down and actually talk and listen and gather up everything, and then you take it back home and you implement all that knowledge into what you're doing. And I always believed if we did have a lot more of that. Like we got all these podcasts and all this out there, but there's a difference for me. I'm gonna tell you why my difference is. All the people out there doing, just doing their podcasts and everything. And I'm gonna be straight up, and this ain't to throw no lugs at nobody. I know Rasta Man. I know Bakari. I knew Ram. And I knew Schoolboy. Them were dog fighters, fellas. Them were the ones that I knew that actually do what we do here. And I ain't to throw no lugs at nobody. That's just to me to honestly tell you that the ones who actually live that life, their story damn near gonna sound like our life. There's some people that hang out in that Shark Tank that I know that live that life. They know what we be talking about. There's people out there on that back street that know what we be talking about. They understand, and maybe that's why they listen, because maybe we take them back to that time period and them talks and them, them experiences of laughing and hanging around and all them different moments in that time period that we could all sit back and laugh about or just reminisce, because it ain't the same now. But it's good to sit back. Remember, that's what got me into this. To see what it did to liven up my brother's life at his worst, in his worstest moments. To go back to doing something that he cherished so much, because he had to go through with it, that fight and do that time and feel like, see his world get crushed when his dogs got killed. And to know to fight for your rights and get on and all that, and then when it's all said and done, you look back, nobody goes to jail for killing all his dogs. How you gonna kill my dogs and I was never found guilty of abuse or nothing? But I can't get my dogs. To me, that was to me, I understand how he felt. Just to know he won and none of them go to jail for doing what they did, which was illegal. They had no rights. So imagine carrying that with you. That's like a mother losing her child or a father losing their kids. That relationship with your dogs be like that. Unless you into them, or if and until it actually happens to you. And I know it might sound crazy to some people, and I get it. But you got to understand, some of us have that kind of love and that kind of passion. And it don't be just on no bullshit. It be on some real shit. And to know that you have all these guys and these people that you run across, and you think back, we getting older, so they dying off. Where's the books at? Where's their podcast? You don't see none of them, fellas. You don't see none of that. So they just going to be gone to the wind? Nah, because for the ones that we know, that's why we share these moments. And one of those big moments for us was the weekend at Supernats. In the mountains, drinking that moonshine, you know, but the greatest hospitality. Imagine in the mountains from Friday to Sunday, housing us. No, we stayed at his house, feeding us, talking dogs, looking at dogs, and getting slammed, jammed, whooped up. One of the greatest moments, that I can truly tell y'all, it was an experience that we'll never forget. And it's just how we got there. And some of the stories, I'll let Mo get into it, but it's one of them things you gotta understand when you start talking about Angus. Angus was on his yard. Hold on. Mic check. Connection. Hold on. Right. Minor difficulties, technical difficulties, but it's back up. It's back up. Yeah, but let me get back to what I was saying. The moments when you're getting out here back then, and maybe that's why we always got around. And then that's why we was always open to have people come to our homes. But I don't know if y'all do that now. I mean, the dog show thing, I don't know, because we just never wasn't something that we always had that other thing that brought us together. That camaraderie. That I guess that underground fraternity type thing. It was just, it was big. It was really like a big family. Every family got their little bullshit and all the other crazy shit that you seen that went in underneath. And I mean, that was just a part of what the game consisted of. But as quick as y'all could talk about all the bad that might have been going on and the dog thieving, and the crazy stuff that happened on, that was small compared to all the other things that was actually going on. Because you look at these great dogs, these decades of great dogs. How the hell would these dogs be able to accomplish, and these men accomplish the things that they did if they didn't have the relationships to get them done? That was the key to all these great dogs. The relationship, to be able to get beyond the bullshit, because there's always going to be bullshit in everything you do and anything you do. But don't let it be the majority of the time, because the majority of the time was big fun. When I'm talking about big fun, that's maybe why we, as the OGs, sit back and we laugh about it. We can talk about it. We can say, remember this and remember that. And was you there? I was there, and all them big moments. Remember when they stopped me and us and Harold at the hotel? Where were we at? Columbus? No, we weren't in Columbus. I think we was down in Tennessee. And the police stopped us. We was actually on the way to the hotel. Yeah. Yeah. Remember that everybody was at the hotel waiting on us. They was already gambling by the time me, you, and Harold got there. Yeah, I remember that. I had us out on the side of the road. I mean, it's a funny. I mean, we've had. Here, remember you, Antonio? I mean, we've had some serious crazy shit that happened, man. Out here messing around with these dogs. Funny shit. But, I mean, I just like to share those moments because, when I talk about the ones who actually are trying to keep this part of that life going, like Fat Bill, I did forget about Fat Bill, but I got to throw him out there because, that's still one of the great legendary men of the game that was, he was a bulldogger. He was that man. But he shared the moments with you. Not everybody doing what Fat Bill, us, Bakari, Rasta Man, Schoolboy, and Ram. And Ram, like little brother to everybody. So you kind of look at that relationship, and and then you think about out of all the people that was in this game, and I got to shout out Tom, Tom Garner. He was I put him up on the breeder side of things because I never ran into Tom in the fast lane, but Tom has always been Tom. He was always known for doing what he done. He does. So those are people out of that whole big entire fraternity that's actually giving back, sharing things with you. I would love to have Bob Finley or Mr. T.L. Williams. I mean, I imagine what they damn podcast would look like. Mr. Bob Finley, oh my God. I met him personally, and he is a character, funny dude. Mr. Williams, T.L. Williams, Schoolboy know him real well. But he used to be at a lot of our matches, but he was always this man that you would always know. He would, you see him out back there in the corner, but didn't know that he was responsible for a lot of the stuff that was going in the journal. Man, I know the man been around, seen him around a lot. Just never know who he was personally. But you'd always remember, I always remember them overalls. And what's that Carhartt, what they call them jackets? Carhartt jackets with them overalls. And then when Schoolboy bought him up, and how could you not, didn't know him personally, but yeah, I remember the man because he was always, everywhere that we went, he was there. And me and a brother, we used to be in some serious places. And so, trust me, he knew enough to be there. So it's this moments like that when you want to share those moments. See, a lot of you guys that's out there, some of y'all know what I'm talking about. A lot of, I know there's a whole bunch of them in that, out there on that back street. Some of the old timers that sit back because they be letting us know. That had and was responsible for a lot of them dogs that went into some of these other people's hands that you don't even know because, when somebody get it, like when the Abrahams got Queen of Heart. Queen was already a champion. But do anybody know about the people who made her a champion at all? Anybody? Some of y'all know the story. But there is a story behind that. She did have, a life before the Abrahams got her. But now you look at her and all the pedigrees and all these years later, and you see her, and then you see the Abrahams Queen of Hearts. But there's a story behind the queen. I'm just glad to be able to know and can verify that part of the story. I don't have to read it in a book. I know the story. I know why they did what they did. So there's a whole lot more dogs out there like that. Many of them out there like that. Yeah, you know, when dog changes hands, the name changes hands, but behind every good dog, there's gonna always be a good dog man. And that man who does something with it, they might get the glory, but they'll never let you forget the story because the real ones, they never let the story die down. Like I never heard the Abrahams ever, you know, take full credit for what Queen did. You know, never. They paid good money for her. They had no problem telling you why, because she was worthy of it. I think, and trust me, they got far more than what they spent back. So it's them little kind of stories. My man Ohio Cass and Bruno, and Pale Rider, I mean, Champion Missy. I mean, we would get up 10 cars deep, man, loaded down, and ride out. Fall up in a hotel in somebody's city, the whole place be on lockdown, and have one of the best times you could ever have. Those were the times, and we can't never go back to that. But you can't never let it die either, because these bulldogs, they gonna live on, and if you gonna carry on the dogs, and until I start seeing some of the names of these dogs change, like we still talk about Eli Boudreaux, I mean, and I've said this a lot, until them names start changing into some new names, then somebody got to keep telling the story. Because 20 years from now, we still can't be talking about Jeep and Mayday and Red Boy, and Midnight Cowboy and Tab. I mean, Lord God, Lee, man. See, there was a point to where I can say I lived in where there was a time and change. I lived when there was the Queen of Heart dogs. I lived when there was the Kingfish dogs. I was there when Jeep was Jeep, and Jocko was Jocko, and Big Ben was Big Ben, and Molly B was Molly B. See, that wasn't no 20 years and 10 years for me. I was in that time period where these dogs still exist. Remember, I got dog off of Snooty and Molly B. Puppy. So, to live in that era, we didn't fall back to where we had to talk about Tudor's Dibo, Tudor's Jeff, Kobe. You know, we really, I guess that's the name change part I was talking about. Because as we was coming up, yeah, we knew about Tudor. I knew about going like Barney. I knew about Leitner, you know, and Heinzel. Because when you first start out, you gotta understand the history. Yeah, we went through that whole process, man, for real. Because for us, with Bully Son and Molly B and Eli and Ironhead, though, and Boudreaux. Remember, we was just getting in the journal, just starting to understand paper. Hell, we didn't even know who the hell James Edwards was. Dr. Kimsey Woods. I mean, come on now. Here's a fucking doctor. Pitbull Bramble. Here's a damn professional boxer. You know what I mean, shit was just crazy. But we wasn't talking, we were talking about what was going on for the now. For the now for us right then was the dogs that was actually about that life. You talk about Turtle Buster and Rebel, Kennels, and I mean all the great dogs that they had. And Tant, all the great dogs that they, so those were the dogs that we were talking about, because those were the dogs for that now, that moment, right then. So we didn't have to we didn't have to be back there talking about all that other bullshit. For y'all who are familiar with the journal, you go to the journal, look at all the advertisements in the journal. Them journals was people selling dogs from what was happening in the now for us back then. That was the now. So we didn't have to go back and be playing with all that Tudor shit and Miss Spike. We didn't have to play with them names. And Ironhead. I mean, I think back then we was playing with Ironhead. It wasn't even about Eli. It was Ironhead back then. It was Dibo. But there was other dogs that we could talk about that didn't have to go that far back. Learning the game is why we talked about them back then. Because then you were learning. Remember, we could tell you all about Fargo and Going Like Barney. And there was a couple more. Searchy Jeff. I mean, look at these old names. You know what I mean? Those are the old names. And then you still was talking about the, who was that that wrote the book, Mo? The book we had. He signed it. Right. Yeah, Mr. Crenshaw. Ain't that what that was Barney on the cover of that book too, wasn't it? Who was that on the back of that book? Because Barney was on the back or the cover. Yeah, Stratton. That's the book. The Stratton book. So, if you was into them, those were the things. You had the Ed Crenshaw book and you had the David Stratton book. Richard Stratton. Okay. You know, keep me right. But those are the things that I be talking about when you're learning the history. But as we were moving on, that's learning the history, but we talking about the dogs and what was going on right then. And you think about all the dogs that came through there right then. I mean, 30-some years later, we still talk about that era of dogs. There is no reason we need to be going anywhere back by Tudor and Miss Spike and Barney and Jeff. I mean, Kobe and Leitner and Heinzel. Them was dead names, you know, for us at that time period because they wasn't advertising those names. If you look at the journals, look at the people who was advertising. Them people who was advertising a lot in that journal, you're going to still see the dogs and the people that y'all still talk about today. When does that ever change? I mean, I live in the now. I see the now. I see a lot of pedigrees. But it's just different. Because it's a lot of names in them pedigrees I don't know. Don't know a lot of them dogs. Because it's just not the same. In our time, we worked off performance. You know, that was our thing, performance. You know, now it's about the breeding, the papers, you know, those type of things. Which I'm not, you know, ain't been out there enough to know, you know. I'm always gonna be into a good dog, and what makes a good dog a good dog. So it's not something that I'm too far out of it to even be worried about it. But it's this one. Hey, close that door. It's just not one of them things I wasn't in it now like we was in it back then. See, we all arguing about the papers and what's the next breeding fitting to be about, you know, calling people on the phone. I mean, yeah, that was just a whole new different type of life. But then my thing was you can't never let them kind of moments go away because we're not writing books. I mean, Schoolboy writing the book, Fat Bill did great. I mean, doing what he does, but it ain't enough for that. You know, just not enough. Look at all the people. Where's Victor's book at? Where's Stone City's book at? Where's the Havana Boys book at? Where's the Yankee Boys book at? Where's Super Kennels book at? What about Hardcore Mike? Where is book at? Where, what's the other one? Bob Lowry? Windy City. I think Ed Farron did have a book, right? Yeah, Ed had him a book. It's another one. Who was the other one that was down in Carolina, the Marine that had termite? Perry, my man Perry Powell. Man, where is Buck at? And his great dogs and his breedings. See, these guys gonna be totally forgotten. But I guarantee you, if I was to say them dogs' names, y'all would know who them people are. See, that's the thing that's the thing that keeps this thing rolling. Because it wasn't about the man who had the dog. It was always going to be about the dog that made you remember the man. See, that's where it all worked hand in hand. Because you start seeing the dog, then you know the man. When the man's name came familiar, then the dog and the man became familiar because you could look at the papers and you know that man, that dog man. That dog man is going to be associated all the time when it comes to a good dog, and it's going to be easy for you to have faith in that man because that man's name is in that dog's papers. And when you're associated with creating good dogs, it makes you feel better when you see that dog, that man, that dog, or anything that man did in your papers. That played a big part. Might not have known the dog, but I know the man. And that man has some kind of good dogs. But tonight we're going to talk about SuperNat. I don't know how much of y'all know about SuperNat, but SuperNat was one of the men that had some badass dogs. And didn't give a damn of who he went into. And I know everybody talk that shit about, Angus, Dodge, and Jeep, but y'all get up off that shit. Cause I don't think SuperNat had Angus at that time. But I know Angus was on SuperNat's yard. If you look it up, you're going to see SuperNat's Angus. So whatever led to that and how that happened, trust and believe, SuperNat wasn't scared of nobody. And he had Ruby on the yard. So he had Angus and Ruby on his yard. Along with Charlie. And, I'm talking about champion Charlie, grand champion Angus. I think Ruby was a champion, right? Champion Ruby. And he had grand champion Ace. And horse race. Racehorse. That list gets long. But we're going to talk about him because we had a weekend to spend with him. And I think we needed to share that with you. At least get that part on our videos because we talk about everybody else. But this was going to be a special moment because he was involved in a lot. He knew a lot of them stories. And he didn't have no problem sharing them. Him and Barney Fife. Yeah, I'm going to let Mo just jump in here. But look, y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Please, don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you for coming out. Big shout out again to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my peeps on the back street. Y'all know what time it is. Roll them up. Get that drink together. Sit back and relax. And don't forget, hey, that 813-298-3643. Call in if you want to share any comments or share some of your old dog, man. Because, again, this is why we open that door open because we don't know them all. And we're going to speak on ours. But if you have somebody you want to speak on it and share that memory with us, feel free to do so. It's on you, Mo. What up? I didn't hit the table. What's up, everybody? What the heck is this little door box over here now? What up, everybody? Mike Friday. What's up? up? What's up? What's up? You know, Mike was talking about autumn, old autumn guidemen. If I had a book, I would have autumn people. I would have everybody that ain't in a book. At least all the people that I ran into. We didn't even get out, like I said, we didn't even get to New York with all them boys up that way. Sean B. and a lot of good dog men up in that New York area, PA area, you know, that you don't know about. You know, add them to that collection, and I have a hell of a book. And the times and the dogs that was going around during that time, in those years, you know, there was some. I don't know how you could ever be on such a high level that the level was back then. It's just hard because there was so many. Oh, when you got a bunch of people doing something, they constantly cleansing, literally cleansing, because it all stood on one foundation, and that was them four corners, the box. I want to give a shout out to Bankroll. Bankroll, I don't know which one you is, but what up, fam? You know, I think I know you. I think you know me. I hope I didn't forget about everybody, fam. You got the number, man. Hit me up, bro. What's up? Bankroll. Let me put up what it said. Hold on, everybody. Mike got something to do. Right quick. He said, Bankroll, big shout out to you. He said, you're going way over these greenhorns' head. And talking about JC, we called him out at that Buzzard Creek show, and he went way up north to make BJ a grand champion. He said they called him out. I mean, we've talked about that before. You know, when you got so many people out there in the caliber, you had to be on point. You know, when you start talking about the fast lane, I mean, and people really don't, I don't think they grasp what that really was. You know, that's how we all got to really know each other. You know, because most of the time you knew what the great match was getting ready to be at. You tried to be there. You know, wherever you was in the country. You know, not just because it was local. A lot of us, we did a lot of traveling to get to those matches, to see these dogs, to see these shows. You know, and the caliber. Y'all just gotta understand the caliber of the dogs that I've seen. They would blow through the average chick. Literally. I mean, I've seen great dogs lose. Because there's always something out there. It was like, you know, winning 3 matches back then was not easy. Especially when your major target is to go into top level kennels. Well, it gets to a point there, you know, it didn't even matter because the implosion of new kennels, new guys getting in the game, wanting to go into these recognized kennels so they can get recognized themselves. There was enough food for everybody to eat. You know, but it came to a time it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Just get on. Just think about the Gator Boys.
I mean, it's a
the
lot
So-So
of
boys.
Yeah.
You know, even us. We was part of them. We was the young crew coming in. We was part of that crew, the church boys. Jihad.
They was coming up when we was
Right.
at our peak though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They was coming in. We was the young boys coming in.
The church boys have been around for years. They was just up in that Tennessee area where, everybody probably knew them in Tennessee. But we knew Tennessee Dog Pound. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? They was the hot commodity to me because they was popping up with some hell of a dogs. They was showing up Georgia. They was showing up wherever it had to be. They was gonna be there. One thing about Ohio that I give Ohio went everywhere. There was definitely not the city that where like North Carolina and mainly South Carolina, because they circle with just South Carolina. They pride and thing is South Carolina. But Ohio, no. We it's just something about Ohio. We wanted to go everywhere. Yeah,
we do. Time Texas came to Ohio.
Yeah, we had a lot of out of towners come to Ohio. And that's for real. And it wasn't just because of Akron, Cleveland, Columbus, Toledo, Dayton. Them boys had bulldogs back then. You know what I'm saying? And they was going everywhere. And because we had, if we was representing Ohio, we was representing a dog or a kennel. I mean, if Mama was going, we gonna try to, everybody and their mamas from the crib, they trying to get there. Loctite going, we trying to get there. Why are we trying to get there? To, we on that bandwagon. I'm betting with Shep Jr. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to bet with Miles Davis. I'm going to bet with Triple M when they come out of the, out of the Arkansas area, way up here in Ohio and other places that we ran into each other in Tennessee. And, you're going to be there. Like I had the opportunity to see the Barracuda and Twisted in that night up in Tennessee. A hell of a night. You see all them big kennels and all them great dog men all up in that spot. And you hanging out up in there. Same thing up there in Romulus, Windy City. And we got raided that night, man. With some of the best, the greatest dog men from all over the country was there that night. And that just proved that the Abrahams was blowing up. You know what I'm saying? They was blowing up. Because they had great matches, though. Yes, I was at Pittside watching the Martell Radar match. You asked me, Nancy tell you that was the best match you ever seen. I know it was one of the damn best matches I saw until I had the opportunity to be an experienced one myself.
Okay. Eduardo, Venezuela, what up, fam? Eduardo, this one's for you. You said some Mexicans have the name Southern Kennels and they ain't using them shit-eating Mayday dogs. Well, I don't know what Southern Kennels is in Mexico, but I know damn well, I know Black Rock. Last time I checked, they still fucking with that shitty Mayday shit.
I don't know what the Mayday shit is like now. I mean, 20 years later, the way y'all breed and the way y'all ain't matching dogs like we was matching dogs, I think a lot of that shit is shitty. You want to be honest about it. What you running with right now? I can guarantee you, I can probably say some shitty things about the yard you feed. Based on compared to the yard that we had, that you building off of, ain't nowhere in the hell. You ain't nowhere close to being famous as the dogs that you got in your own pedigree. So just imagine. That's like saying that your line is shitty. You know, I would expect Mayday line to be shitty. I would be expecting a whole lot of lines to be shitty compared to where these dogs come from. And then bringing them up all these years with the way it then depleted and everybody just breeding shit. And you think because you got a line that you know you got some shit. But you guess what? That's the same shitty shit that you saying about Mayday. I can say about your yard, and I can guarantee it, Eduardo. It ain't about being Mexican, Puerto Rican, black, or white. It's really down to the fact of the dogs, because during that time, when all these kennels, when Mayday was a name that, you know, that statement would have got you cussed out because you got to be a hater. During my time, you was to say some shit like that.
You better go get a dog.
You better have a dog. Because every man that had a Mayday dog would be in your yard trying to clean your yard out, or trying to take everything in your pocket, and or you would have been the quietest man in the room, because back then when those Mayday dogs was out there, it wasn't. And look, one thing about the Mayday dogs, y'all can hate them motherfuckers all y'all want, but like I said, I had a chance to experience the run of the Mayday dogs. And then what? Nothing shitty about them. Like I said, how many champions can I run off? Ain't too many lines out there that you can do that. All at the same time. It didn't take years to do. This shit all came in at one big ass swoop. They took over the game. There's enough of them damn great dogs out there off of Mayday, coming down off of Mayday back in our time, and I'm one of the living proof subjects. So I don't know what shitty dogs you talking about, because my Mayday dogs, shit, call them shitty if you want. That's why I'm sitting here and be able to talk like this to y'all, because evidently they wasn't that damn shitty. So believe me, I can't speak for everybody after the fact, but I can tell you if it got shitty, when it got shitty, and if they're shitty, just imagine what kind of shit you got. It got to be shittier than the Mayday shit, because the Mayday shit would have had to come a long way to get shitty. Wasn't too many lines out there doing what they was doing. So for them dogs to come down to a point that they some shitty dogs now, just imagine the line that you got. Your line probably never even touched that type of pinnacle. Got that type of height. Done that type of work. And if the great then got shitty, then just imagine what you feed. You know, that's all I can say. I can make sense of a shitty situation. You know what I'm saying? So I hope you feeding anything other than a Mayday dog, but I hope it's worthy to even have a conversation about, because we're going to always have a conversation about the Mayday dogs, and they peak. And like you said, throughout the years, everybody jumping on them, trying to breed this, breed that, trying to sell some shit, like Southern Kennels did do by the time they got over there into Ecuador, because really Ecuador didn't do shit for Mayday. You know why? Because the great dogs that came off of Mayday was right down there in Florida. And they worked their way out of Florida through other people's hand, but the hood had Mayday dogs. The hood made Mayday famous. Dade County made Mayday famous. I was just lucky enough to run across him to get me something out of him to become part of that era. And there wasn't nothing shitty about my shit. So, throughout the years, shit changed. But just imagine, for Mayday to be shitty now, imagine what the other dogs got to be, right? You know what I'm saying? If y'all ain't breeding like the old way and y'all coming up with this new way, then guess what? It sure ain't a lot of it being proven out here. And that's a fact, because we still saying Mayday. We can't find another dog to replace Mayday's name. Like Mayday replaced Yellow's name. Like Yellow replaced Yellow John's name. Like Yellow John replaced Red Boy's name. To continue on, where's this shit going now? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we still on the old folks. Y'all want to get rid of us old folks, but you can't have a conversation about anything until you talk about us old folks. But because if you start talking about your shit, guess what? You don't care about everything back there. You care about what you feed. And see, to me, right there, that is a big ass question mark. Because the only person believing in that shit is you. The only person believing in that shit is you. You know, the world is never gonna. You're never gonna make no grand champion status or some great kennel name that 20 years from now we're gonna be talking about you, because there's not enough activity for that. It's not enough activity for that to even bring that up as a point. You know what I'm saying? I think all these lines are shitty. How can they not be? You got over 5,000, over 1,800 matches going on, and what do you think the average number would be now for all these underground players? Guarantee you is nowhere close to that. So what's already happening to the game? Where is the game built on? What is it built on? Period. Why we run around here saying shitty dogs? What is the game truly built on? What is the American Pit Bull Terrier actually built on? What was the history of these dogs built on? So we can't take the great names of the past and cannot replace them with some new names to keep these great names relevant, like Mayday, Barracuda, and Lucane, and Brat, and May 2, and all these other Mayday dogs. 600 hunch. I mean, we can just keep them running, because Mayday had a lot of them. But if we were able to change our names from Mayday to Going Hard with the dogs based off of Mayday, it's just we had some Stone City shit in. But keep in mind, when you say Stone City and Mayday, I'm the one that did it first. So you got to look at my mindset. I didn't follow behind nobody. You know, I already had a mindset on doing what I was going to do anyway. So just knowing that, and then to see the outcome of what happened to the game when they put those two together, that took off a whole nother story. That added probably a couple more grand champions came up out of that shit. A couple more great lines. Now you got Stone City Mayday dogs out here becoming famous and great and producing. How do you think they're getting these names? How do you think they were able to replace their parents and become just as great as their parents down the line? Because they was being active. They were being used. You know, a line of dogs is shitty now is a line of dogs that ain't got enough work in them. How can you grow when ain't enough shit being proven? Remember, we on the bus back here in my time. So I'm giving you I'm your math teacher. I'm your math teacher. I mean, look at the formula. We can continue to look at the formula. We see it more and more as we look at 2024 dogs with all these black spots. And this big ass excuse, everybody don't report. Shit. You know, I mean, good question. Yeah, how is that working out for you? You know, that's why we still talking about this old shit, and we can't seem to get focused in on something new, something that gravitate everybody on like tab, something new, something that's doing it.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Bulldog, coming in with a 2-piece. Appreciate the love, Bulldog. He said, did you ever see Firecracker or any other PDP dogs?
PDP. I can tell you that we knew about Firecracker, and my boy, you know, Fat Boy and them, you know, Slingshot and Jamaican Mike and them, they was the one, Jamaican Joe and them was the one that went into Firecracker. Firecracker was old at the time, you know, but he lost. That's what you get for grabbing an old man brain. How many times we talked about that in these shows? You know, somebody always got a point to prove. No, it was a great match, though. He was a great dog. But everybody has a, you know, it happens. But Firecracker was a great dog. You know, did he produce? He didn't really get a chance. Didn't nobody really settle in on him and breed him like he could have been bred. He probably could have been just as famous as Yellow Buck and all the rest of them. But when your mind is focused on making money because you ain't got time to be producing money through your litters and your breedings, you know, you damn near call that a one-shot wonder because of the kennel that had him. No, you're not building nothing off the yard from him because I'm pretty sure a lot of us would have went to him like a lot of guys went to size him up. Size them up. They fought their way into the game by putting their shit out there. And I mean, when I say they was putting their shit out there, they just showed you really just how good the Stone City dogs was because they could breed that shit and they were making their own breedings. They was getting around here buying dogs and they was winning. So you'll see a whole lot of size them up dogs out there. And they was just as new coming into the game their damn self. They worked their way in. You know how? You know why. You know how and you know why. Because they knew where they had to go to win and make a name. And that's what they did. You know? I mean, Awesome Beast changed the game. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about Buck no more. We down here with Awesome Beast. You know what I'm saying? We down here with Macho Buck and them, you know? And now, how far did that go? Did we replace anything? Did the tab dogs outside of Blackjack and them, do we got dogs out there in 2024 that we can literally say is better than Tab? That has produced the kind of dogs that Tab produced? Like Jeep, where Tab took over Jeep's spot and Red Boy's spot? I mean, did we move forward past that like we did with Blackjack? You know, these are things that happen when you are taking, and how are these dogs moving past? You know how they moving past? They ain't just moving past by us talking about it. They're moving past because they got dogs coming out of these lines, just getting inside them four walls, making a statement. Don't forget that. And they're making a statement most of the time in a sport or what you want to call combat, because that's exactly what it is. That continues the greatness, because that's the only place you're going to be great at. If you're producing them, guess what? How we know? If you got something being produced, how we know it's great? Ain't but one way to know. What did that dog have to do or be to be great? See, that's why I say, you know, when I hear somebody try to take a great line and call it shitty, you know what I'm saying? I would think that they should look at their own line and do a check, because the great conversation is, if Mayday is shitty coming from the pedestal that he was on with all the great dogs that replaced Mayday after that, including my shit. You know what I'm saying? Because wasn't none of that shit shitty. Or y'all be up on this show ragging me all the time. Y'all talk very careful when you're talking about my shit. You know what I'm saying? So it can't be that shitty. And there's a lot of other great dogs coming down off of Mayday that you know, then replace Mayday in his name. But can I look on a lot of you guys' yard and say that about your yard? I got to start in the 5th generation to see what you're working with and watch it get depleted all the way down. And the only thing that we can put direction in is look at that back piece and just watch how y'all just constantly put it together. But yeah, it looks good up in here. But it don't look nothing like this back here. Nothing like it. Come on, let's be honest, let's be real. And the only champions that I've ever put on this show, and I only use champions and grand champions, registered marriage, and PORs, and y'all know that. Everyone that we put up come from dog fighting pedigrees. Every one of them was bred with some type of formula. With some type of formula, whether it was just one dog. That's all we need, because it's worth us talking about. Look at it. So when you talk about shitty dogs, look at your pedigree and tell me how far back we got to go to find a champion in your shit. And I'm not just talking about El Dorado in particular. This is open to an open conversation. This is an open conversation. This is not for El Dorado. He just put it in there where, you know, he can input what I'm saying based on what he said, but that was directed to him. But the rest of this is directed to y'all because, like I said, I'm the math teacher. How is it supposed to continue moving if y'all ain't doing what we was doing that made it great?
That's the different, Eduardo. We don't talk about the now.
You can't talk about the now.
You can't talk about the now. So if it's great now, we won't know about it for 10, 20 years.
So okay.
So we ain't even going to talk about it.
I mean, it's no need. We can just say if they made their dogs if that's shitty now, I can understand why. And how it got shitty. Because I see a lot of other bloodlines out there that's shitty. That has gotten shitty. You know, and if it was anything worthy to talk about, if it was anything worthy to wanting to breed to, you know, I mean, you would think, you know, we don't have to be on this podcast to know it. We don't have to be on Facebook to know it. If you was really in that zone to call any fighting dog a piece of shit, or a fighting lion a piece of shit, then you should be able to say and understand what I just said. You ain't gonna find none of that great shit out here to talk about. That's for damn sure. So when I go to swinging out and passing out that homework, well, you know, like I said, math classes here, homework. You know what I'm saying? How bad did the percentage drop in the shit you feed? What is your contribution into saving what you feed? Your line. I see a whole lot of grandsons and great-grandsons and daughters off some great dogs. But the great dogs are still back there. I don't see none of that great shit here. And it's expected. Why is it expected? Because what was going on back here with me is not the same thing that's going on with y'all now. And without what we were doing, you had to have some depletion. Can't get great without getting the work in. You can't get great without putting great on great. You can't get great if you ain't throwing great. And how are we gonna know you throwing great shit? Somebody gotta be putting it in. So you'll never know about it. I hear a lot of guys talk about a guy that had great dogs and good dogs, but never made it to a circuit that, for us to recognize, like we recognize those that did. Can't blame us for those that we don't recognize. It's only for you to brag about. The world will never know. Only you will know. We didn't.
You didn't come out that area.
No, we did not come out that area there. We're gonna know about shit because it's out there. Guess what? Somebody's either trying to hook into that shit or we trying to see it so we can see if we can make some money with it. I mean, you got so many people out there that was doing it during that time. It was just, you couldn't hide from it. And I mean, when I say so many people, I'm talking about matches was going down everywhere. I mean, the best was trying to hook into the best all the time. Oh, it was wise for a lot of guys that got ducked. You're going to find there was a lot of great dogs that got ducked. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't always about, they chased me away because of the money. No, because there's always a bunch of people trying to find a bunch of people to run with to make a bunch of money. It was always that. And when I talk about circles, I'm talking about a whole bunch of circles, y'all, that's engulfed in one big circle. And that circle's called the fast lane. A lot of people play around it, but very few played in it. Okay? I'm just being honest with you. No. And that's for real. Some of them got so used to playing in it that they based their whole yard on the ability to be in it and stay in it. You know what I'm saying? I've always felt like while I'm in it and I'm sitting there on some shit that's working, I ain't trying to, I don't want to see nobody with it, not trying to be stingy. It's just that I'm the one trying to win with the shit, and I'm out here passing out shit that's going out here outside of me. I might not be able to get to the shit that I done sold. They might try to lock me out the shit. You know what I'm saying? So the possibilities of it moving forward and moving down the line, you have to have competitors. And if you ain't got those types of competitors that we had in the old school, it's real easy to want to forget about us. Because if you don't forget about us, you won't be able to compare you to us. It'll be a losing battle. You want to forget about the old because you guys can't compare to the old. Face that fact. And that's not meant for everybody. That's meant for those who understands clearly what I'm talking about. And those are the ones can stand up and go like, he right. Because it only takes the purpose of what I'm talking about to get that answer. If you're doing what the purpose is to make yourself the line a relevant line, then you know how bad it is out there. You know how hard it is out there. You know what it looks like out there. I don't. But, mathematically speaking, when we go to talking like that, you have to understand you're not going to have that conversation on Facebook. You're not going to have that conversation on YouTube. You're going to have that conversation where it needs to be. You're going to have that conversation where you can see for yourself. And most guys is feeding these dogs and talking shit about these dogs. You know what I'm saying? But all the talking that's going on, the true conversation is the conversation you got to be there to hear it. Hello?
Yo, what's up, Big Mike? It's Big Hill fam.
What up, Big Hit? What's up, fam?
Same old same. I was trying to chop it up, ask a couple questions.
Well, go ahead, bro. It's on you.
Yeah, I'm agreeing, I'm following y'all so far with what y'all saying. So to me, what y'all be talking about as far as the pedigrees and stuff like that, I'm following y'all. So the information, like Mo say, pressure is on this generation. The pressure is on this generation. Like even for the dogmen,
Yes, sir.
like most say, the pressure is on this generation of dogs. If your paperwork lit up, so what's this generation gonna do? So it's the same with the dogmen. So right now, in my opinion, following y'all, I'm just following y'all. Right now, in my opinion, the dogmen, the pressure is on them now too. Like
You're right, though. You're right.
the information that we had should always make us move forward. Like we got more information than back in the day. So the dogs should be better just off of information. Like the newer dogmen should be able to have better dogs just off of the information and experience of the older dogmen, not to make certain mistakes, certain things. So they should have better dogs, but they can't do what the history was done, like what you guys was doing. So that's going to set them back. So that's where we at now.
Right.
So the pedigrees are ready to start turning black. All these pedigrees ready to start turning black. So we need the information on what to look for as far as right now we're in the preservation stage. So you got to know what traits to look for
Talk to me,
to
baby.
preserve, to preserve for future or, to preserve it the best way we can. That's the only position we in right now. That's where we at right now. We in a mental game right now. It's a mental game. It's the dogmen's turn to show how game they are, to protect what the dogs did for them in history. So now, how are we going to be game enough to preserve what they did for us? It's on us now as we scratch.
That's right.
It's we going to scratch with all the information that the old heads gave us and all that. They turning it over to us. Now the pressure is on us. What can we do? Are we going to scratch? So I'm following y'all. Salute. That's all I had to say, bro.
Hey, man, you hit it dead on the head, bro. One damn thing for sure, they can't argue with you about that because that is exactly what I was saying, bro. And you picked it up real good and you explained it to everybody else. You got them zombie out there just trying to find something wrong with what I'm saying. And you said it better than me.
I'm following y'all. Salute.
Yes, sir. You said it better than me. Salute to you, brother. Thanks for calling, man.
No problem.
Hey, man.
Big shout out to Big Hill.
Big Hill, bro. That was Big Hill. Hey. I mean, when you got somebody come back in and run it down like he ran it down, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else I can say. Because he's a proven factor. Somebody getting it. Now, and when you can get it, then he can read between the lines and everything else that I can't say. He know exactly what I'm saying. He know exactly what I mean. And he knew how to say it without saying what I can't say. He can't say. But he said enough to understand. And it is on y'all. Like I said earlier. When we going to change these names? When we going to change that route? When we going to change the whole look? In time. In time. We won't know till years down the line. But one thing us old schools had in our favor, guys, and it's going to always be the point that really what made these great kennels and great dogs in such a big number. We can just, I can just keep on pulling out guys and they champions and, dogs that y'all never even seen or heard about. I've been thrown up there and said things about them. And I mean, I don't even think too many people said Supernat's name before I did. I mean, for real. And Supernat was definitely one that he believed in killers. And that's a fact. I mean, he really believed in killers. Look, Supernat's boots went 4 hours and I think 15 or 55 minutes, 4 hours and 55, something like that. Supernat didn't like that shit. Supernat did not like boots. He don't like going 4 hours or nothing. No, you go back and look at SuperNat and his wins. I ain't seen too many go the hour. I mean, he was real picky. Then he had Barney Five. He was, Barney Five did a lot of his work. Barney Five was a hell of a dog man, his damn self. The thing about SuperNat, when he come up out of them hills, though, and you would think that he was a funny acting dude, being up there in them hills of Virginia, where, just us going up there. Hills of Virginia, hey Mike, just us going up there. Hills of Virginia. Hey Mike, just us going up there. Listen. Hey Mike, just us going up there. You're getting feedback on your phone.
Oh, the phone. Yeah. All right, sorry about that.
Yeah, but he was definitely one that, like I said, we just pulled him out the journal. That's all it was. We just pulled the man out the journal. And because Ozzy, he missed us, so we just went to Ace. But we was going to breed that bitch to a champion. We ended up breeding to a grand champion. And didn't know who SuperNat was. We just knew we saw grand champion Ace. We saw his pedigree. And then we saw his matches. In his matches alone, the dog was a 6-time winner, never going over 40 minutes. That's the kind of shit that we need to be breeding Amber to. And then he said that he was a back end dog too. Hey, that's the dog we want to go to. We can't get up with Ozzy. We're going to go call SuperNat. SuperNat said, come on down. Now, I don't know whether, I know I don't talk like a white person, so I would hope he figured I was going to be black, So that was the other thing he was worried about, because it was it was cold out there. And we had to climb this Virginia mountain to get to his crib. But man, he one of the nicest guys, man. And maybe he was so nice because he kept us drunk. With that damn hot water he had us drinking. That lightning, yeah, I call it hot water. It could be on the ice and you hit your gut and you start to sweat. It could be snowing out there. But yeah, he was definitely one of the nicest. Got a chance to walk his whole yard. And he had a yard. And the way it was just set up out there, I mean, when you just out there in that country like he was living, man, and you could tell he'd been there for a while. And all the great dogs he done had on his yard, Barney Five and all these other old dog men knew him. But they was, he wasn't like Harold Mason, Triple M and them knew him. A lot of brothers kind of knew SuperNat, but they didn't really know him. SuperNat would get around, but he was still getting around. But he was just known to, he didn't really, I never seen him go into a black kennel. But I seen him get involved with David Tant when it came down to Barracuda's match. I seen him bring in Triple M to condition the dog that went into Barracuda, so that says a lot. You're gonna always get my respect, because we didn't get a hotel when we went and bred Amber to Ace. We stayed at SuperNat's crib. Both times. So that says a lot. And we left our bitch there with him. And if you didn't know him, it's really hard to I would have to just literally pull him up. Now, I've done this before. And I know a lot of guys out there in the chat who's just normal, our normal visitors and our viewers, we've been through this. not only did he have he didn't have grand champion Ace. He had a lot of champions. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I have always wondered, is there a guy out there? Because he's probably the only guy that I know that I could never find a loss on him. And he boosted and lose.
I think we did find one.
No, I didn't. You know, I said looking for one that was ever recorded in the journal.
I think Schoolway went to the journal and he found one.
Yeah, that's the one that I want to see because I know that I would like to see because he had mastered a lot of dogs. He mastered a lot of dogs. And he had a great conditioning regimen because he had Barney Five and a couple of other old dog men out there. You know, remember we the new kids. You know, we was the new kids. But when we made that breed in the Ace, guess what happened? Other people, started getting at the Ace. You know, we ended up with one of Red Ace's sisters ended up down there at Thunder Kennels. Little May's sister, she was a one-time winner. You know, those Ace dogs started, becoming interesting. You know, and I seen some nice pedigrees with Ace in them. You know what I mean? And like I said, I think he advertised one time, and that's how we found SuperNat in the journal. You know, I think it was during the time. I think he's on one of the covers. But we see an old picture of Ace. You know, I had a young picture of Ace when he was being matched. You know, and when they raided my crib, they took that picture. And I had like 2 or 3 pictures of Grand Champion Ace in his younger years. He was a nice built dog. I mean, we see, on the internet, they got this old picture of him. But no, I got a young picture. He was a nice looking dog. And just seeing what I saw out of Red Ace and then what I seen out of Brat and our dogs, I can imagine what kind of dog he was because that back stifle shit was a trait that we got off of Ace, and it's a hell of a trait to have. I mean, because he is a major piece to our traits. I mean, and that was a major piece in the going hard dogs. Whether it came from Angus or Charlie, because, I seen pictures of Charlie at a younger age, and I was just telling Mike, I seen a picture that Charlie looked like Ace. He just red and white.
You turn around and look at Angus, though.
You turn around and look at Angus, because where'd the back stifle shit come from anyway? Who put it in Ace? And then in his little nights that he wants to sip and trip, you make you wonder.
We're going to tell him the story, Mo.
He had all them dogs on his yard. He got to talking like Angus was Ace's daddy. Or either somewhere off of the line of Angus. But he was basically saying that Ace was Angus' dog. And we're talking about, and the whole time we walking through the yard, I mean, I'm seeing Rambo. I'm seeing, I'm seeing Razors. These is old dogs now. I'm seeing a yard full of his great dogs. And the whole time, guess who's walking down in the yard with us? He called him Acey. He didn't call him Ace. He called him Acey. Oh, Acey ain't gonna bother nobody. He don't bother none of them. when I'm going now, if somebody go out there and grab at him or grab him, you know, he still come on now. But, you know, he don't bother the dogs. And he didn't. He followed right behind Super Nat, and we walk in the yard, a grand champion, 6-time winner. Not going past 40 minutes, walking the yard out there with us. Not on no chain or nothing. No leash. No shit. No shit. Ace was the house dog. Damn it. Yeah, he was the house dog. But he walked that yard and nobody messed with him and he ain't messed with nobody. And, you know, I was amazed at that. You know? You already know. I'm like, what kind of grand champion is this shit? You know, I was wondering there for a minute, you know, this dude for real, this grand champion walking out here with us like he cool and shit. So yeah, you know, just meeting the man.
The Yellow Buck did the same thing.
You know, Yellow Buck was trying to get out the whole time. Remember, he got out while we was there. And, you know, yeah, we was over there at Jesse's, you know, up there in Stone City out in Puerto Rico. Shit, Yellow Buck kept getting out. I said, man, you better do something about that, man, because Yellow Buck keep getting out that fence. He gonna be gone. Sure enough, bro, guess what happened, man? Ended up getting out that fence and getting killed. Yeah, but back to Super Nat, you know, just meeting him and real good guy, friendly. I mean, best host you could ever meet, man. To be at somebody's house and enjoy yourself. James Crenshaw was pretty cool too. But Angel, I would have to say Angel was the best though, because Angel, he was still young buck, and you know, and he just took us out and we hung out. You know, I would have to say that about Stone City too. Stone City boys up there back there in the day, the Stone City squad, yeah, they were great hosts. Great hosts. There's a couple of them, man. Yeah. Who?
Millbuster.
Oh yeah, Millbuster was a great host. Yeah, Millbuster was a great host. But to have fun, to just get out and just hang with somebody and have fun. Tom was a great host from ProSet. Jesse had always been a great host. Big Mike. Tony, a boy way down in the Carolinas. I mean, it's just like when, you know, we don't get hotel rooms when I go hook up with these people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, never really got into that, you know. We did get a room when we went to go breed them to Mayday. But, you know, we was going in so late at night, you know, a couple of times the suggestion was y'all just hang out here until the morning. You know, because we out there, you know what I'm saying? Shit, might as well. And he got to go home to a wife and his dad there too. You know, Angel was a nice ass dude, man. He was a good dude. I could barely understand it because he talk broken English, but he don't have to talk much with his smooth, quiet, low voice. Look like he just waiting for somebody to get ignorant so he can crank up. Smoothest, quietest talking guy in the world, but you could just tell he didn't take shit. And you sure as hell wouldn't want to piss him off. You could just tell. You know, but very, very nice guy. I mean, Super Nat was on that level. And he had that level of dogs. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and to this day, you know, I would still want to know, you know, what it was. Was Angus, did Angus those back stifle killers? Do y'all know any other dogs off of Charlie that were back end dogs that you could build a bloodline of dogs that was very successful with a trait that destroyed dogs? Where did it come from? Where did Ace get that from? You know, I would still ask Super Nat that question because it's the strongest thing that was in our Going Hard dogs. It was the strongest trait that we definitely knew that was not Mayday. Because we had that before Mayday. Or could it have been Amber You know, I had this story. Remember that story? I got my red book in here. That Basco dog. He's a yellow John dog. I think it's in Fat Bill's red book. He's bred just like Amber. He was a back end dog. Remember, Amber was a back end dog. Amber just got caught. Remember when we got Amber? Amber was a back end dog that went into a back end dog. You know, and she was getting the worst of the deal. The game is all outdoors. So maybe that combination between the line of the yellow John dogs that we were seeing, you know, that was in Amber, you know, because all she had was an eighth of Jocko in there, because, you know, that was it. She did have yellow. Yellow is in her pedigree. But she was mainly a yellow John dog, and yellow was off of yellow John. So most of the dogs was all off of yellow John, just so happened that yellow was in that pedigree. But it was only an eighth of Jocko in that dog. So was it that trait of Ace and Amber that really solidified on how that back stifle style and that trait was so strong that it showed up 4, 5, 6 generations past us doing it? I mean, we can go 6 generations up off of Ace, Red Ace. And the majority of the dogs, damn near all the dogs that became anything off of that going hard line were stifle dogs. Or would bite their way back there. Or just chew you up until they got back there. And they were very talented. They were very rough to do that. They just had that ability. They were just rough. I mean, they were fast lane rough. Put it like that. I can give it down what you bought. One thing but damn sure, when I say that about Red Ace, I say that about every dog, including Brat and everything else coming off of that yard. If I could go into a 4-time winner with a first time out dog, and even with her not wanting to fight, destroyed that bitch, then I can tell you, the grade that we graded these dogs on, we didn't see nothing different. We didn't see nothing different. We can all, anybody who had a going hard dog out there who was winning, they're going to say the dogs had a devastating stifle style. You're going to hear that word devastating a lot. A lot. So I always wondered, you know, why was that is one of our strongest traits. You know, you could have called us old family red nose because 99% of my yard was red. Red nose, whether they was blonde and red, red and red. Most of my yard was red nose dogs. We had a lot of red nose puppies. All my Mayday stuff was coming out red. Every once in a while we get a black mask like Mayday. Other than that, everybody else was red. And they had that one niche. They had the crazy look like Mayday. You know, if you had a Mayday dog, you know what I'm talking about. If you had a good Mayday dog, you know what I'm talking about. Very rough dog to have on your yard. For somebody to be breeding Mayday dogs, you got to have a lot of patience and deal with a lot of crazy shit. Because they is definitely a hard line of dogs to keep. And they're nutty. And you're going to see some bad ones in there. You're just going to have a mental problem. You know, if we knew what we had back then, you know, we had Maytu's brother. He, like I said, he would always attack my boot. You know, he was not a man biter, but he would grab your foot. So to me, if you grabbing my foot and I got to work my feet out this boot just to get you off of me. You know what I'm saying? But I can't get you to do nothing else with nobody else. I call that crazy. Never did breeding. He was on the yard just as long as Maytu was, and I never bred him. But you know what? if I know what I know now, I've probably been breeding him every damn thing. Him and Maytu, I've been breeding Maytu's daughters to his ass. And taking bitches off of that crazy ass dog, because that dog didn't know what the hell he was doing. And I might take some bad traits about that shit, but one thing for damn sure, it was just that Mayday, he was definitely more Mayday. Because Maytu, he would go in your stifle. And he was more like a red ace. He was definitely a bite you back, he'll bite you up till you get back there. But his brother, he was just a nut. I kept him all them years, man. Never bred him. Never done nothing with him. And when I got the dog, my protege had him too. He actually had both of them. Maytu and his brother. But you know, you couldn't trust their ass. I had Red Ace, his little mate brother. You know, matter of fact, that might have been some shit in their bloodline that made him like that, because Red Ace's brother was a man eater, and I always wonder where that man eating shit come from. It probably came from Zebo ass, that Times Expider shit that Miss Woolley must have had. I bet you that Miss Woolley and Champion Woolley, I bet you they were some man biters in that line of dogs. You know what I'm saying? Because it definitely wasn't in Charlie, and the show wasn't in Ace, because Ace was nowhere close to crazy. It dog was smart as hell. You could tell he was the house dog. Now, you a house dog and you won 6. One of them was Champion Rocky. You smashed him. And everybody else you put on him. You know, there's a story out there on Grand Champion Ace. It'd be a good story. I think Bonnie Fire wrote a story up on him. But yeah, he was definitely a special dog. But you know, certain traits that I was, you know, that showed up. You know, I mean, I always wondered, you know, when Red Ace was over there in Puerto Rico and we got there, you know, and the way she acted so different. And we couldn't get her out of it. The first thing it made me think of was Ace walking around on the yard with us. You know what I'm saying? That was the first thing I thought about. You know, maybe, you know, was that what it is? Did we get that trait from Ace?
We never seen that.
We never seen that shit before. You know, our dogs usually, you know, Amber, you take her to China and she'll probably come off there like the Tasmanian devil. So I wasn't expecting to see what I saw out of Red Ace. And I always wondered, you know, maybe she picked that up from Ace. You know what I'm saying? You know, Ace, whatever happened to Ace's brother or sisters, you know, how was these dogs? We talk about Ace, but what about the rest of them? You know, well, one thing for damn sure, if you wasn't a killer, you wasn't going to be on Super in that yard anyway. That's bottom line. You literally had to be a killer. Now, I don't want no game shit. You don't, he didn't know. You got to be biting. You got to be biting and you got to be destroying shit, because he don't care about champions. He don't care about grand champions. If you can hook up with him, then he's going to hook into you. He's going to bring his shit regardless of what your rank is or you know, what your record is. He's going to try your ass. And he was just known to do that. But I always wondered where that man biting shit come from, because Red Ace didn't have a mean human, you know, aggression towards a human, none whatsoever. At all. But her brother, couldn't trust that mother, man. Look here. You couldn't trust, you know.
You turned him loose, you couldn't get him back on the chain.
You ain't gonna turn him loose. You ain't gonna turn him loose. He's not around a bunch of damn people. You know, I mean, he was just one of them ones, you know, when you fed him, you better have your eye on him. And, you know, Maytu's brother was the same way. Won't hurt a fly. But you turn your back on him, he got the back of his your foot in his mouth, and working that foot like that boot, like he had a tire in his mouth. I mean, he was holding on that bass mug so bad that, you know, I had to literally look, y'all, I had to work my feet out the boot. Now, any other time, he would have been out of shot him. But, you know, raising him like I was raising him, I knew he had a couple of screws loose in him. You know, he was, something was wrong with him.
That was crazy.
But yeah, Brat was crazy too, though. Yeah, Brat, you know, I mean, he came off of Brat, you know.
Right.
So, because Brat, she was just, man, look, you're going to give her something to put her mouth on. She's going to be, I mean, when I say slobbered up, I mean, she would chop a tree down like a beaver. I mean, be on that 24/7, 7 days a week. And that's no lie. Brat would just get on a tree. I mean, if you don't get her on a tree, she's going to be on the doghouse. If she ain't on the doghouse, I mean, plastic house, she's going to tear the plastic house up too.
Remember, we gave her a tire.
Oh, yeah, we gave her a tire and had to take the tire away from her because all the wire was hanging out of it. You know, it just did nothing. But she would be on it all day. I mean, the thing is soaking wet with slobber. The tree brunt, the bark of the tree, it's just gnawed up, look like sap running off of it, and it's her slobber. It was just something wrong with him. And, you know, I always wondered, you know, is that the Mayday in him, or was there something wrong with the ace line? What was those screws loose over there on the ace side? Because, you know, in one hand, we got some man biters out of that red ace litter. Yeah.
Well, that's why I always look back at the Angus shit. You know what I mean? I was always trying to find it wasn't the Charlie shit because you just never heard of the G shit.
Right. I was looking for Charlie because if you're gonna take Charlie, Jeep's brother, and you breed Charlie to Miss Woolley. Now Miss Woolley bred to Charlie. The combination don't seem to make sense. I mean, not even the cross. So for them to take Charlie and breed to Miss Woolley, you know, I can see why he was so quick to throw Angus in there. And maybe Ace was really off at Angus, but because of that little episode of the Ruby thing, a story that I heard about long ago, you know, and not from SuperNat, because SuperNat didn't really tell me that story. What he was telling me when he had Ruby and Angus is that he was breeding, he's the one that was breeding Ruby and Angus. So I'm wondering, well, was it his yard all these accidents was happening? Was it SuperNat that had him during all this time? Since you did have Ruby and Angus on the yard, he said that when we met him. And Charlie. And Miss Woolley. Woolly's off of Zebo and Toxic Spider. So I know there's got to be, you know, and then he is the one that created that question mark, because if you never had to say anything about Angus being Ace's daddy.
While he was drunk.
You know, I probably would have never thought about Angus being nothing close to Ace. And I've been always trying to wonder, well, where did this Black Stafford come from? Because I go and look into Charlie's line and breedings, you know, which, like I said, SuperNat had him. There's not too many breedings with Charlie. We're going to take a look since I'm talking about that. I mean, and for the guys who was fortunate to have them a Super Nat dog, y'all know where I'm coming from. Y'all know where I'm coming from. Because that one right there is gonna go down in history. Hold on, guys. Let me. There sure wasn't a lot of people out there that had Super Nat dogs. I gotta put on my glasses, y'all. You have to excuse me here. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's get to playing here a little bit. While we talking about Super Nat. We're gonna start with the dog with the big question mark on his head. Grand Champion Angus. Eli dog. And as you see, it says up there, AKA Steps Angus, STP's Angus. Now it's Super Nat's Angus. So those are three good kennels right there. Steps, STP, and Super Nat. We can also call them the good old boys. Right? We can also call them the good old boys. Steps and them up there in the Ohio area. STP and them up in the New York area. And Super Nat down there in the West Virginia hills. I mean, in the Virginia hills. Not West Virginia, the Virginia hills. Okay, y'all see, that's Angus right there. Super Nat's guest. Super Nat's champion Butch. Super Nat's grand champion Racehorse. Don't know why Racehorse never was a sporting dog grand champion, and everybody else was, but you know, I never got a chance to ask him that, but it would be a good question to ask. Why isn't Racehorse a grand champion? Ace was. Then reported all his shit. What's the story with Racehorse? But as you can see, there's Angus and Ruby. See this move right here? You see that move right there? That's what makes me think. Not only the people buy the shit, Champion Ruby bought up Butch. Remember, the County Spiders off of Zebo too.
Right.
Y'all see what I'm saying? Another one. Here we go again. Littermates. He said, you know I had Angus. No, I didn't know you had Angus. Yeah, he had Angus. And Ruby. Okay, hold on. Like I said, I had a young picture of him, y'all. And he looked good. Okay. Here's the question getter. Does this make any sense? Yeah, Charlie. He is the one that bred the Miss Woolly. There you go. Supernatural breeder. There's Miss Woolly. Let them make the champion Woolly. You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, that TNT hat trick, you know, that's that Sheriff Powell shit. That's that tornado shit. Remember we talked about that? Remember that? That should take us back down in that area. That was another thing I liked about it. Because I always remember Sheriff Powell and his TNT hat trick TNT shit. We've been over that before. But this is the part right here. This part. This really didn't line up. If you notice, how many times was Charlie bred on that man's yard? And ain't that a whole bunch of dogs off of Woolly, Miss Woolly? Axel, Wimpy. That's a whole lot of dogs off of Miss Woolly, ain't it? Rosie. We know James did this. Just for those who didn't know. Let me see if there was a good one. Yep, Honey. Ace's Little May's sister. But what James did, James wasn't getting shit. Red brother, sister, right there. This is Crenshaw breeding right here. Y'all see, this is all Crenshaw here. Other than that, it's Woolly. Okay? Now, hold on 1 second here. Let me get this back here right. Let me go back and get Angus again. And we're going to look at that one more time. If I was breeding dogs, looking at this pedigree here, And looking at this pedigree here, this does not make the sense. But if I'm breeding Ruby to Angus, why wouldn't I breed her half sister coming up with Champion Wooly? Why wouldn't I breed her to Angus? She's down there bred better than Ruby because she's coming off of 2 all whims. Did some breeding with, definitely did some breeding with Angus to Tom's Spider. And we definitely got some breedings coming off of Angus and Ruby. Having pretty good luck. It's because Ruby, this is the key right here, Ruby. Ruby's off of Zebo.
I want to give a big shout out to my man, Melee New Suspect Kennels in the house, coming in with a 2-piece. Appreciate the love, fam. He said, got me looking crazy at my shit.
Right. And then the comment that he made.
He didn't want to put the
He didn't want to put the question mark there.
told us that all of them was on the yard.
Everybody on the yard, and you got Ace being bred to Charlie. Miss Wooly. You got Charlie being bred to Miss Wooly. What if we were to take and put Angus there with Miss Wooly? We making the same shit like we were down there breeding Ruby to Angus. Yeah, I'll stick with Racehorse. Now, why wouldn't you put Angus on on Miss Wooly? And if you wanted to stop using Angus' name after this little accident, or whatever bad name that he might have got after ducking Jeep twice, as they claim, you go grab Charlie and put Charlie on there. It makes sense. Prior to that, you was breeding Angus to Ruby. Why wouldn't you have bred Angus to Miss Wooly? Why everything coming off of Charlie now? You see what I'm saying? And we go grab Charlie. Let's go see what Charlie's producing. Only thing we see in this shit, only thing we see in here is Ace and Honey. Litter mates. Nothing but Charlie and Miss Wooly. No, that to me looks like suspect like a mug. Suspect. You see what I'm saying? So that's would have never been an issue to me if I had never heard it come out of his mouth. Could Charlie be grand champion Ace father? It's hard to say. Big 50-pound male. Little ass Charlie. See what I'm saying? You throwing 50-pound dogs now? 46-pound mass dog, Charlie.
Go back to Angus.
Go back in there, look at Angus. What are you doing? Look like the same consistent shit, don't it? I seen Angus up here. There's a little thing on racehorse right here. Grand Champion Super Nats racehorse. Oh, come on, man. Tell me I got to do this on my book shit. Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can get in. Let me see if I can get in to my Facebook and see if we can get this thing up here. I don't even know what it is. Let's see, I'll try that. Now, do I got to do go back and try going here again? Okay, guys, I got it here. Now, that right there is that is racehorse right there. And we know Spider was a brindle dog herself. So we always, that question is a good question because there's only a factor is I'm only trying to find out where did he get that back type of shit from. Everything you put on Grand Champion Ace, he bit it down with his devastating bite and stifle style. Now that I mean, and then when you look at the cross, does it really make sense? It really don't. That's all I'm saying. You had all these dogs on your yard, and I think, you know, politics, you know, Jeep, Angus, you ran from him twice, then you went over here and got beat up by Ruby, even though you know Ruby was getting bred to him, you know what I'm saying? Angus probably was just a funny acting dog, trying to get some play. Damn this fighting shit, I'm trying to get some ass. Politics. We talking about Step, STP, SuperNat. You know what I'm saying? Bonnie Five. These are old smart old dog men. They smart old dog men. I'd rather use Charlie. Me and Angus done fucked out. At least everybody's claiming. That's what they claim. So I can see where it was easy to do. So when I looked at my line of dogs, y'all might think I was breeding by means of Charlie because remember, you look at how we bred our dogs, you're going to see a whole lot of Jeep in there outside of Charlie. Did we breed to the Angus side of the pedigree? No, we didn't. But I was on the Zebo. My mind was always set on the Zebo. That's what I was on. I was believing that all that roughness that we was getting out of our dogs. And they said Charlie was more talented than G. Well, when you say that about Charlie, was Charlie biting shit down? Was Charlie going into the back end? Was Charlie whooping champions? Was Charlie a champion beater? I know the dog we had, we went into a 4-time winner with it and left it there. That's more like Angus shit than Charlie shit to me. And everything after that. So, SuperNat, he produced champions and he mastered dogs, and he was a very hard guy to beat with those dogs. And one thing he had in his favor, he might not have bred a lot of damn dogs, but he sure came in that goddamn pit with the right dogs. And if he came in there with one coming up between his legs, that son of a bitch was going to be fast and very rough. Fast and very rough.
Go pull up Ace. That breed between them two.
Now, when you go to look at Ace, there's Feisty. Condition weight 38. Crossing that Ironhead snooty shit down here. High Bloody Sunday. You see the route that they going. They sure as hell ain't try to breed into the Charlie side of this. Don't make sense. But you put Angus there, it makes sense. You put Angus there, make a little bit more sense. For those who don't know, let me just stretch it out a little bit further. Y'all see what I'm saying? Again, SuperNat.
What was it? Why he wouldn't?
Champion Lily May. Same thing. Who the only dog running around there all winter? Here go one. Charlie to Maisie. But that look, that's Red Boy. to Charlie. Definitely with that Buster Brown, with that low posse Buster. But if you notice, again, go back and look at that again. Take that pedigree and put Angus on there. And then go back down here and look at this shit. Does it sound like does it look like somebody is making a breeding to play on Angus or Charlie? I can't say that. This makes sense to me. Even this right here could have been Angus. Badass dog. I'm trying to tell you. You don't understand what I'm saying. Super Nat, when he put one down, it's rough as shit. You see, they was throwing him. Another one badass dog. That sounds more like Angus shit. When we go to talk about champions of champions and what we saw, they claim Angus did to Ruby. Angus was a killer. He was the first, damn near the first grand champion that was called Champions of Champions. He was one of the first dogs they called Champions of Champions. Because he was whooping champions. And you could tell the man didn't do a lot of breeding. Now you put Angus there, I'll say a different story. Because it really didn't matter to me because it was going to be out anyway. Like I said, she had Grand Champion Yellow in her, but she was a Yellow John dog. She was ready for out. We could afford to take that shot and put a killer on top of it. That's why we wanted. We figured we take this killer and put it with this hot ass, game ass shit right here, who had the tendency to have some back end to him. Yellow John did put some back end style to this bitch here.
And it was game, but that's it.
But it was the gameness. It was the gameness. Believe me. Don't see Charlie in there nowhere. Red brindle dog. So where'd the mouth come from? Where'd that back stifle shit come from? I ain't seeing it from Charlie, even though I heard Charlie had a lot of ability. They say Charlie had some ability. He was better, had more ability than the Jeep. They did say that. But Charlie wasn't no champion beater. Charlie wasn't no grand champion either. So why would Supernat say that? Well, you give me some white lighting, I might tell you some of my deepest secrets. Shit. Okay? Wake up in the morning, don't know what the hell I done told on myself about. Because that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. He told me that story, and I never forgot that story. And I always wondered to this day, did that stifle hard biting shit like all these other dogs that we pulling up. Every one of them were able to produce winners. At some point, we ain't got a whole page, a bunch of shit here.
We ain't got a whole lot of breeds.
We ain't got a whole lot of breeds. So that's the speaking itself. If we looking at the man yard and putting a lie detector on it and doing our own investigation, there's more evidence pointing towards Angus than it was Charlie. That's all I'm saying. Based on the controversy and the things that was going on during that time. But as you can tell, SuperNat was nobody to be fucking with when it comes to putting them down. And that's the truth.
I hear you, Mr. Courtney Edwards. I hear you, fam.
What do you say?
He said, thank you, twin. You just showed me something.
Well, share it with me. Mr. Courtney, just tell me what I show you, bro. So we can elaborate. I remember Boy Scout Kennels had these dogs down there. Had Goldie down there. I think they was down there in Texas too, but I know they had some good dogs too. They had a stud off of this shit here. That was one of the reasons why I went and got that mechanic bitch that I told you Bebe killed. Because I was trying to follow the pattern. No, I pick up on things, man. I used to study shit, man. And all I wanted to do was put together dogs that were winning like everybody else was doing. Paying attention to what everybody else was doing. Really looking into what they was doing. And one thing I noticed that even SuperNat did. He bred his champions. He bred his champions. And all good dogs. That's all you're going to see. Pedigrees like this. And that's what we've been looking at all night. This is the dog that got the worst looking pedigree. Ain't much nowhere in there, but what we expect when we're dealing with a Boudreaux dog anyway. We're expecting to see our losses. Few losses in there. We know this. We know the E. Crenshaw shit was definitely a proven stock. Definitely. Definitely this shit right here speaks for itself. If anything helped this shit out right here, it was this shit here. This shit here put the missing pieces to a lot of Eli dogs. When you put them down and you breed them right. Angus and Ruby was one of his best breedings. Angus and Ruby. And Wooly. You want to be honest about it. You add Honey to that one, and you add Ace to that one, Angus wasn't doing too bad. You take these champions right here, and then you add Grand Champion Ace and Champion Honey to this list. But we sure ain't getting it out of Charlie. It kind of answers a lot of more questions. Because we was able to, we still getting the same production out of going hard dogs. Did we put that on Mayday? With the possibility, yeah. You could. I mean, Mayday being bred to Red Ace was, look at all the yellow we got there. Here we go into another outcross. Why? Because when we breed the Mayday, we bringing in a little Eli, but we bringing in a whole lot of Patrick's Tater. A cross that we know worked with yellow based on what I saw from Stone City. It was Stone City and really the Undertaker in them to really set that pattern up for me far as crossing the Patrick dogs into the yellow dogs. We got Amber. That was the smart way for us to go anyway. After seeing the dog and then knowing he was right off the yellow, shit, you already know I jumped on it. But what made our dogs different than the Mayday dogs was this shit here. This is the shit that set our shit different from the Mayday shit, because when we came in to Mayday, we bought all this shit right here. We got this big ass question mark. Was it Angus or Charlie? Either way, whatever that shit was, when we bought it over there to the Mayday shit, we got some crazy ass, hard biting, stifle biting dogs. And I mean, it was a trait that stayed there. It was being moved from not only Red Ace to Brat, but from Brat to Maytu and to Maytu to other dogs. All of them had that one characteristic. Where did that back stifle shit come from? Where did that champion beating ability come from? That mouth.
And they didn't have no problems getting back there.
And they didn't have no problem getting back there. And when they got back there, believe me, they was flattening tires. And when you look at it, I always say, you know, I never looked at Charlie being Grand Champion Ace's daddy. A lot of the dogs you will see with our crosses, we just kept going back cross with the yellow shit. That's all it was. We just kept taking it back to the yellow shit. The Super Nat showed me a lot. Another one. That's my boy Arsenal. As you see, remember I told you about my kennel partner. This is the same dog that had the Satan stuff. Came up with George and all them. All them, me and him are what we would call, we brothers in arms because of my kennel partner. Our kennel partner. He's both our kennel partners. A lot of that stuff that my boy did, our unanimous kennel partner did, set up him like he set up me. A lot of them great dogs from him and me, we were definitely recipients of some of the best that my boy was doing. And you see who the breeder is. Amber's real name would be, if it wasn't on her papers, you'll see Going Hard Amber. But you look on Red Ace's paper, it's going to have Mitchell Red Ace. Because I am not the one that bred to Super Nat Grand Champion Ace. It was my kennel partner. Both ideas, but he was the breeder. I was the recipient of the litter after the fact. Puppies was born. He got into some trouble. I was sent to go pick up the pups, and Red Ace was one of them. The brother was the other one. One went down to Thunder Kennels, and the other one went to Arsenal. And he had Amber. I picked Amber up from him. But as we talk about Super Nat, because the show was about Super Nat, if you see the dogs that he had and the dogs that he was using and the success that he had, look, whether he swapped papers or whatever he did. And every one of these breedings that we done pulled up, from all these good dogs, regardless of who they was from. Look how the man was breeding this shit. And he was getting multi-winners. Now, why would I not follow that pattern? Going hard-bred to a lot of champions because of that. A lot of those champions we was breeding to. Look, Yellow Buck, Nico Jr., Cock Diesel, Luke Kane. Look at all the dogs that I'm breeding to. And let's not forget the fact that I came in with great dogs, messing around with Atlas Boy and James Edwards and learning the papers from James Pope, realizing what I had. Seems like when you breed great dogs to great dogs, you get good dogs if you don't get great dogs. At least you're getting something to play with if you hold on to what somebody in that litter going to be the beast, if not a couple of them. I mean, it's a fact, SuperNat was getting a couple of them. So if we continue breeding the way we breeding, we should get a couple of them. I mean, goddamn, just imagine if I'd have been able to take judo and bred the Red Ace. Lord have mercy. It would have been just like what you see here. The only difference on that bottom would have been Molly B. It'd have been Molly B and Snooty. No, just following the trend to what was winning. You know, I wasn't trying to make no new pedigree. I wasn't even into it like that. I just wanted match dogs. I just wanted to get out there and be able to win with my shit. I didn't want to go out there and just take anything and get blew out. I've seen a lot of that coming through the game. You know, I was glad to be able to get to the point that I was telling guys who was hanging around and talking and really probably amazed about the luck that they felt that we had, and they didn't get it. You know, we breed champions to champions, we got a better chance of having something out of our litters. You know what I'm saying? Damn what's on my yard. As long as there's a damn winning dog out there, I rather breed to that dog until I get my own damn champions up in this yard. So until then, I'm going to continue breeding the great dogs until I get the dogs that I want. And the only way I'm going to get the dogs that I want is I got to have them and they got to win. And they got to win and win big. Give me a run.
Get out there in the fast lane.
And go play. And in return, I damn near got the same results as everybody else. I wasn't writing no new formulas. I wasn't making no new formulas. I got lucky when I bred the Mayday. And I got lucky when I bred Little Buck the Sassy Girl, the Stone City Mayday cross. That it only made sense to me not to make such a breeding. I was already in love with the Stone City stuff. I was already in love with the Mayday stuff. Didn't give a damn about their feud. I love both those dogs, and I'm going to get some of that shit on my yard. And that's what we did. And it paid off. But one thing never changed, y'all. One thing that never changed, and it still ain't changed to this day. Where did that back stifle shit come from? And why was it so strong in our genetic makeup that it made up one of the characteristics of a going hard dog? Not that of a Mayday dog. I think the crazy shit that made them crazy like they were and got to tell y'all, them Stone City dogs ain't far behind them. Them old hound dog looking, goofy feet looking dogs is badasses like a mug. Half of them don't even look like real pit bulls. Hair long, all kind of shit. But boy, I tell you, can't beat them. Better have a damn real good one you want to run in there and find out. But the consistency level of between Mayday and Stone City to me is on the same level. Because I think Yellow Buck would have been just as famous as Mayday if he hadn't have got killed. He'd have been just as great as Mayday. And then we would have been calling the Stone City dogs garbage or shitty throughout the years. You know what I'm saying? But we haven't heard too much of that yet. We ain't heard the Stone City dogs being shitty yet. You know, got too much evolution and Chico Lopez out there filling y'all heads up with that dumb shit. But Yellow Buck and the Stone City dogs would have been just as great as the Southern Kennel dogs. And to me, they are. You know, because they still had Nico. They still had Awesome Baby, Registered Mare. They still had Nico Jr. still throwing shit. Miss Luca. Come on. Rat. All that shit. And you was matching dogs like I was matching dogs. And creating dogs like I was creating dogs. Remember, I went over there and got me some hardcore shit and bought in my shit. And behind me doing it, look over there at Brick and all those other dogs. Crossed with Mayday, Stone City, in hardcore. You know, we still messing with them top 5 dogs. Only dog missing is Frisco. Everybody else on the male and the female side got that locked down. And if they making registered mares, why I ain't making one? I sure did, using the same old shit that they was using. And I was doing it on a smaller scale, people. I'm following the lead, but I'm following within my own yard. I'm bringing these dogs in to import into my own line of dogs. You know what I'm saying? That's like saying when we bred the Stone City to the Mayday stuff, first one to do it, you didn't see me tagging on that's the new Going Hard line. To everybody who do it after me, what did you call it? You call it no more than what I called it. Being the first to do it anyway. Probably came later, but it didn't happen before I did it. And we can talk about the move that I did because I came out with an all-win bitch. But we had that extra shit. That stifle shit was definitely something different than that other shit. It made they shit even better. It made the Stone City dogs, the Mayday dogs, it just added a roughness to our dogs. We didn't really need gameness. Our gameness was definitely not being tested. Our gameness was definitely not being tested. Our ability was a 10. We would eat your ass up. You got a good one, it's going to eat you up. And you want to research and find out why. I'm pointing out reasonings and the thinking that I was thinking of why. Before it ever became, I was asking that question. And had to have some type of, remember what I always say about the person that makes the move down here at the bottom with the bitch? You know, what was Twins' frame of mind when y'all bred the Grand Champion Ace? Well, Ozzy, he didn't answer the phone. That's the best I can tell y'all. We was going through the journal. I think Ace was on the cover. We got to looking in the Ace, found an ad in there, called him and got to breeding. Now that once we got to breeding, we don't know what the hell we gonna get. But once we got it, then we started looking a little deeper into that shit. Now, one thing that always bothered us was that conversation. We didn't have no red and white puppies coming out of that breed.
None after that.
And none after that. Nothing that would resemble Charlie came out there in none of our line. Nothing. We had red brindle dogs. And we had the brown brindles like Ace. But they was only maybe one each litter. But after we crossed to the Mayday and the Stone City shit, you know, that eliminated any possibility. Any possibility. That red and white would have came from anybody. But it never showed up as a Jeep, Missy, Charlie. Just never seen that part of the Jeep stuff in it. But when you cross into our stuff with Miss Nico, remember Miss Nico was off of Nico in a Jeep bitch. Little Mayday, Brad's brother was bred to Apache, and Apache was full of Jeep. So when you go looking at the pedigree now, and you go look at Bebe and them, you're going to see all that damn Jeep. Hold on, let me go find her. And you see all this Jeep sitting all in her. It really wasn't because of Charlie. Because I was never thinking on the Charlie frame, the Charlie way of thinking. Oh, fellas, I'll be right with y'all. Hold on.
He was always thinking Angus.
I was always thinking Angus. Day one, when he said it. I mean, I told you when I was leaving, he smiled. He didn't say yes. He didn't say no. He smiled. So if I was ever be able to get him up on the show and ask him again, you know, understanding now that, you know, we knew the story then, but I know the story even better now. You know what I'm saying? I know the story even better now. So, you know, would you come clean and just go ahead and tell me? Yeah, twin, it was, yeah, you're right. It was Angus. Or would he tell me, no, twin, it was really off of Charlie. So you only bred Charlie one time? Or did you breed Charlie a couple times to the same bitch? Because you sure got a lot of puppies out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Baby, look at the breeding. Not breeding nowhere close to Charlie. Miss Nico. There's my Stone City shit. You see it all. There go little Mayday. That's the same. You can call that brat right there. There go Red Ace. Look at this bottom though. That's enough yellow Jeep that I don't need it, Charlie. You see what I'm saying? And don't forget, I'm still playing with the buck. I got Jeep and buck all down up in here with my yellow now. Heavy honey bunch. That's just the bitch. That's the bitch that we turned around and bred to Brat's brother. We took that bitch right there and bred her to Brat's brother. She ain't had but 2 puppies. 2 puppies. And that's one of them right there. Like I was saying, I took the Stone City shit. Came from Puerto Rico with him. Look at Miss Nico. Look at the Jeep in her.
You take that shit and substitute the Jeep and the Charlie and Red Ace and put that Angus shit there. That's what brought to me was what tightened up on the real side of that Eli that Jeep carried.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah, that part of that Jeep that was in that Boudreaux stuff that was in Angus, to me, the only thing that set a genetic different than all the other dogs, all these breedings. One thing that stood out there that none of these other breedings have, none of this Stone City, none of that shit had, was that devastating back stifle shit. That shit was coming out in these dogs right here. The shit was still showing up in these dogs. If we gonna give it to Red Ace, then we gotta give it to Angus. We gotta give it to Ace, because Ace started it. We know he was a back stifle dog. Clearly, he was a back end killer. The only thing that stood out in these dogs right here was that shit right there from him. The best thing they had going for them. In the lines of the dogs, after all this shit, they all had that one trait popping up. It's way back here, but these dogs here are straight stifle dogs. What a day, straight stifle. Yellowbird, stifle. Elrod, just rough. Tore his face off. Knowing he kept going back somewhere he had no business because they ripped his face off. I saw he didn't have a face. But that was the key factor. And I never believed it was from Charlie. I always thought that Angus, because everything else lined up. But the only thing that didn't line up but was a major factor in these dogs, I put back that shit back on Angus. Because I was still producing these type of dogs.
Buck, Angus, Yellow, Jeep.
Yeah, I got Yellow, Jeep, and Buck. And Eli. Got to put Awesome Baby and Honey Bunch in there. Got a whole lot of that. These dogs is the top dogs in the ROM sheet. So why wouldn't I have these type of dogs if that's how I'm breeding them?
Yep, we always substituted Charlie for Angus.
You're right. I always felt like it was an Angus thing. And it's so odd that it was the only thing that just stood out, regardless of how we was breeding. That was the one thing that kept showing up. The champion of champions kept showing up. Why? Because Angus was a murderer. Ace was a murderer. And that's what I worked from. Brat was a murderer. Buck Rogers was a murderer. Buck Rogers' sons was murderers. Made to produce murderers. He produced more bitches than produced murderers. That's one thing I got to give to Made to. Damn near there was always a bitch out there to produce something off of Made to. His daughters did more producing than he did. And Made to produce his share of champions. But his daughters, if he was to get credit for his daughters, he'd be a registered man of damn self. Because his daughters, he had daughters out there to produce champions. Couple of them. Brat to May 2. Produced Red Ruby. Grand champion. This breeding right here is still the first Mayday Stone City cross. And you can't really see it in there, can you? All you see is Mayday right here one time, but I got a whole yard of Stone City up here. But I just bred this one little cross. One little cross. And this just had Mayday in it. But this line is a yellow line. This is a yellow dog. This is a Grand Champion yellow cross with Grand Champion buck and Jeep. And don't forget Angus. Okay? Thanks to SuperNat. If I'd have changed this in any kind of way, would I have had those dogs? I don't even know if I would have changed it any other way because the way the game was taking me. I was already polished at this point, and I could already read the dogs because all I was doing was duplicating what they were doing to get what they got. Look at this shit. I want to have some shit like this on my yard, and guess what? I did what they did and got it. Paying attention. Did what they did and got it. Was I copying? Yeah. Can I take any credit for it? Yeah. I should take a lot of credit for it. Why wouldn't I? I ain't got my Mayday in here one time. While they're up there trying to rag on Mayday like, you know, he was so great to me. Shit. You see how I was riding? I'm riding with that buck shit. That Angus shit. I'm already knowing that Mayday crossed with my shit. Coming with this dog here and his sister. You didn't never get a chance to see what this one was like. You thought Brat was the one. This is the one that broke Brat's leg. Trying to get back in her ass in. Snapped that leg and went right back there and bust her ass in her stifle. Brat didn't give a fuck though. That's why we knew Brat was gonna be bad. Brat didn't even act like that leg was broke. Yeah, we started Brat. Yeah, we met Brat at 18 months. With a crooked leg. Okay? I tell you a lot about that crazy helper. Lord knows if I'd have got him back, he'd have been just as famous as Brat. This dog right here put Charlie, this dog right here, the dog that they was going to put Tyrone on, we put him on that dog. One night before a big-ass show. And that dog right there, a little young dog, 16 months, went in there and got into Charlie ass. 15 minutes, they was grabbing Charlie ass up out of there. He was embarrassed that day. He was in his back end, getting ready to break his ass off. Couldn't keep him out of his ass. That's why he was so important. But yeah, thanks to SuperNat. SuperNat started our run. And then my education, and my determination, and my ability to be able to get out there and get around the right dog, man, to see the right dogs. And if I wasn't there, would I have the opportunity to have these dogs? I don't think so. I had to be there in the right place at the right time to make this work. Even when I went in there and started adding some hardcore shit to this shit. Had the opportunity, went for it. And there was a few of them that went following behind me. Don't forget, we can pull up Brick. We can start pulling up Carnivore. They got Stone City. Mayday, hardcore, all in one. All in one. We just kept stacking it and putting it on there. Oh, Cycle wasn't no Cycle dog. He was just a rough ass dog.
He more Mayday than anything.
This is a 3-hour dog. Mike wanted me to pull him up.
This is for all the people we talk about that Mayday shit.
This is the one that went 3 hours against my old Gator dog, the old Gator dog. I talked to the owners, the guy who was in the box with us that night, Mike. I talked to him today. Sure did. He did not have no idea. I told him, man, I said, man, that was, you know, he knew about Columbia, but he did not know that we had took May to and bred to the sister. I told him, I said, I knew the litter. Matter of fact, they named their dog Ace. The dog that we beat, he was off a Gator, double bred Gator. They called him Ace. John did that, and you know why. But yeah, but look, same old shit, Eli shit. You see it? Yeah, and I didn't make this breed. This dog came from Southern Kennels. You're talking about a classic match. This match here would have made Jeep and Homer's match look like a kindergarten fight. Yes, sir. Look how he's bred. You think I wouldn't have had this shit all in my line? I would have made this dog a champion for damn sure. Would have loved it for that to be in his grand championship match with the dog I went into. Because we could have won us 4 easy before we met. We just ran across each other too early going into competition, looking for competition. And we ran into the roughest competition we want to run into. 2 dogs trying to have a history. He was good, though. And that was the night before, right there. The night before that match, that was what he looked like. Hard work. But nice bred dog, though. Made it have brother. I just tell you how that Hollandworth shit was working. Take some of that Hollandworth shit and start throwing that Eli shit in there. Remember, it's the same old Hollandworth shit that we looking at over here in the Stone City shit. If I'm being honest, a bunch of Hollandworth dogs. You look at Champion Twisted. Twister, he got the same old shit. A whole lot of Hollandworth with some yellow, cross with some Jeep. Whole lot of yellow with some Patrick Tater. All this shit right here and a little bit of Jeep. Whole bunch of yellow with some Buck Hollandworth shit. With a touch of Angus with the Jeep. Gave us a nice, consistent run of dogs, y'all. Don't be for Super Nat. Would have been anything different? Nope, I don't think so. SuperNat was the one who it was grand champion. Ace that rebuilt the Going Hard Yard after all those dogs got like Mikey and got stolen, Judo got stolen, Ratchet dropped dead, Bosco didn't make the team. I mean, we had dogs right off of champion Bosco bred to Shirley. This shit right here made the difference. That rebuild, this is what I rebuilt with. What I knew, what I learned, what I saw getting out there going around, getting experience from McNasty, Abrahams, Armin, True Colors. Not even speaking of my family down there in Ohio, behind Loctite, shut them down, Dodge City, Ohio Cash, Pope, just moving around, absorbing all this because I wanted to win like everybody else was winning. I wanted to be out there doing what they was doing. I wanted that so bad that I didn't have a chip on my shoulder. No, I had gratitude. That's why everybody kept opening their doors. I had gratitude that I had the opportunity to be in these places, to be able to take and make these moves that I was making. And then coming back with the results. And everybody was happy. You think Stone City wasn't happy? Yeah, they was happy. You think Victor wasn't happy? Hell yeah, he was happy. You think SuperNat wasn't happy? Shit. You talk about Amber any day. You're going to remember her like Perry Powell remembered Amber. You know, we can kind of people, we're hard to forget because we can take your shit and make it worthy to talk about. They wasn't worthy to talk about what matter or point they didn't even bring it up. Right? So evidently they left a room in there to be worthy to talk about amongst not just us, but other dogmen. Because they put the work in, we got them ready and we put them out there, but they made it happen. And what I seen all them other great kennels doing, I know what I was feeding. I was feeding dogs like they had. I just had to get them up to a point that I'd be able to take them out there and show the world. And I had the opportunity to do so. And you can't go wrong when you're doing it like that. And that goes for guys that out there, if you don't know how to breed, study your breed and try to figure out where you're going with them. And you know, in that case right there, I had the big ass dog world to show out on. Where it was, everybody was matching dogs. Everybody had great dogs. Great dogs running into great dogs. You better have some shit to play in that goddamn area. For real. And a lot of great dogs lost and a lot of great dogs won. But only the relevant are going to conquer and win to be able to talk about. Even the great ones that lost are still worthy. You just lost to a great dog. That's all. There's never too, you know, you're taking a chance to lose every time you go out there. But I think it all has everything to do with you being the coach and those dogs is your team. It's your job to coach your team. It's your job to prepare your team for the war that they're going to get into. It's your job. Dog don't know how to read, and he sure as hell don't know how to write, and he sure as hell don't have no idea who that is standing over there getting ready to come over there and slap the shit out of him. And he got to be able to snap back and handle that. And that's what this game was all about. I think that's what it's always been about. The ability to go across that wall and win. It means everything. You know, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to have great wall climbers. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some great treadmillers. I'm pretty sure we're going to have some great hog hunters. But can the game be preserved that way is up to than now. Are we going to be able to have the great dogs that came out of our era in the future? We don't have as many matches. A lot of matches, you do a whole lot of cleansing. A lot of matching, you get a whole lot of great kennels that come up with a program like they did. A lot of them that I can mention, a lot of them I didn't even make it to, like Dead Serious, Mad. Those are great kennels too. Lockdown Rudy. You know what I mean? Scratch liners, Gameville. You still got the ones that had ruckus. Scratch liners, yeah. Had that champion ruckus dog. Look at those. These were all great dogs. And these were dog men that would go into your backyard and put their shit down right there at your dog's chain spot if they had to. I mean, these are the kind of dogs that we had, and you would think that, you know, competition. I mean, it's almost obvious, guys, when you got two great kennels with great dogs, when they go into each other, man, that shit is like, you know, pay-per-view shit. It really is. It's like pay-per-view. When you put two good, great kennels together and they got two great dogs, that's what it is. Like the firecracker match. It's like the Max match with Cochise. These was great dogs, but the thing is, you know, we're using old dogs, you know, because the young boys are talking shit. Should some of them dogs been done? No, but it's just that one thing I learned about this dog game. Sometimes where we're supposed to be smarter than the dogs, we're not. We put too much on our dogs. We overthink, and this is where we come into our mistakes at. I'm pretty sure nobody wants to take their grand champion and lose. But when you get down to the time that you don't need him no more, or you got the opportunity to get a good paycheck off of him, you sell him, and then they got the opportunity to try to do what you did, and they lose with the dog because, shit, after the dog then made his wins, why take him back out in? Why is you matching a 7-year-old dog? Why are you even matching a 5-6-year-old dog is beyond me, especially when he's probably been off for 2 or 3 years. Studying and every damn thing else. You know, it's that mindset of the dog man. And you can't blame the dog. Dog don't know no better. He's going to do what he's bred to do. Whether it's against him or not, he's going to go try. We're supposed to be the ones smart enough to say, son, I know you want to go, but you're too old. You know, we don't make those type of decisions. We make rational decisions because of our hunger for competition and to compete. And when you have those great dogs and great kennels coming into each other, that's exactly what you're going to see. Some great shit. Okay, Mike, it's almost 12, bro.
Yes, sir.
Anybody got any questions? I hope it was some good and interesting talk. I hope everybody was catching on. And that was just one little line there, you know, we just took and we just built our yard based off of what we thought about SuperNat. Look at this little, you know, even we got some controversy in our line. You know, one thing for damn sure that I know before anybody else did was that Mayday was producing great dogs before he went to Ecuador. More great dogs than he ever produced once he got to Ecuador. Maybe because when he went to Ecuador, he left the United States not being able to have puppies. And he sure didn't have straws, so, you know, there's controversy in that story. You know, maybe that little time that they had transporting him over there to Ecuador, then maybe he did get a good breeding off of Brat, being the fact that he had knew that he had her over there. And there was one thing that he wanted to see get done was to breed to the bitch that made his dog the talk. You know, he always related back to her and the opportunity for that to happen, and I hope that we got some good dogs off of it to be able to go down the line and speak on it. You know, remember Barracuda and Lucan and all of them? They hadn't started producing great dogs yet. Rat was able to go breed back to her daddy early. So by the time all this started coming around, you know, it just blew up. You know, I'm pretty sure a lot of people do not want to give credit where it's due, but you don't have to. But if you know how to read, you know what I'm saying? You know, your mind is not going to let a lie walk away without letting you see the truth first. So if you do your research, you'll see why the Mayday dogs were so famous and so dominating in an era that was around some of the greatest dogs of all that time and still made history. And there ain't too many lions out there still to this day that have done that, period. Not yet. You know, you got damn near 5 generations coming off of Mayday. Too many dogs can't do that. And I always say you start with Red Boy, then you work your way to Yellow John, then you work your way to Yellow, then you work your way to Mayday, then you make your way over there to Luke Kane, then you work your way over there to Luca. Because after Grand Champion Yellow, and that particular line of dogs, they went straight Grand Champion straight on out. And that was adding Stone City to it. So that even made it even more better. Proving what I did in the very beginning would work. All right? Right. You know, and just study the shit and look at it for what it is. Don't nothing to need to hate on. It's not like we doing something out of, you know, come on, look at this shit and just put yourself in my position and see what I had at my feet to work with to do what I did. Didn't make me no Earl Tudor. I'm going to tell you what made me smart, that I was smart enough to do it. And I didn't have an ego that was preventing me to do it. Or pride that kept getting in my way where I could not do it. Or trying to be better than the people who was giving me the opportunity. You know, I wanted to be just as great as them. I wanted to win just as good as they did. I wanted to have the dogs that they had. And for having that opportunity to do that, I respected all that, because without them, I wouldn't have never been in the position that I was in. So I always hold homage. Always. Always. I hold my whole, everything about me in the dog game goes out to every kennel that you ever hear me naming. And I always remind y'all that. If you really want to have some good dogs, you know what I mean? Find out who's winning. And then figure out what they're using and why they're winning. Because if you want to do what they're doing, you got to do what they're doing.
Tell y'all that so much. We preach it. We teach it. We preach it.
Anybody got any questions before I shut it down? We got thumbs up and everybody throwing shit already. Damn, y'all. I did all right tonight. Did I do okay tonight, fellas? I see thumbs up and roses and shit before you even asked for them. I mean, I was really trying to break it down like I be trying to break down the keep. You know what I'm saying? You read between the lines and understand what's going on. It may be able to help you doing what you doing. So all I'm doing is telling you what I did and why I did it. And that mindset. You always hear me talk about that mindset. So I see roses and everything over there, man. Look over there. Look at that shit. They done started already, buddy. Really? Man, y'all got me over here teasing, y'all, on Friday. Y'all like that with me, man? Oh, y'all know y'all right. Y'all know y'all right. I ain't got nothing to say.
I ain't even got to do the thumbs up muscles and roses. Hey, appreciate the love, fellas.
Man, I love that love. I looked over there at the screen and I seen a whole bunch of roses and thumbs up. I'm like, damn, we didn't even say it yet. But god dang, y'all, I really do appreciate that love. Thank you.
We might as well just get on in here and close it down.
Yeah, might as well.
Let me slide in there, bro. All right, fellas.
Thank y'all guys.
Thank
Really.
y'all for all the love over there. For those who haven't did, go ahead, do like you see everybody else. Thumbs
Join
up,
in, man. Join
thumbs
on
up,
in.
muscles, the whole muscle thing. Throw the roses, show that love. Hey, fellas, you know, again, when I started this show off, we started to talk about somebody who was very important in everything, something that we did early in the game. And SuperNat, I don't hear too many people talk about him, but he was a very important part of what we did. He was a good man. I mean, in the hospitality and the fun for some black guys, you know, and it ain't about the color, it's just about the fact that when y'all bring color into this, we can't ride with that because it just wasn't never like that. All the way back to James Edwards, Kimsey Wood, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Stevenson. I mean, man,
Brewer,
Mr. Atlas Brewer, Mr. Triplet. Oh, man, the list. Oh, my God, man. Millbuster. I mean, was that Millbuster?
You're talking about Mike Stewart from Hell on Earth.
Yeah, Hell on Earth. Yeah. I mean, golly, man. The men that we have had the opportunity, and these names that we naming are all over y'all pedigrees, all up in them. And we have had the opportunity, and I still didn't name them all. We ain't get out to Windy City. We ain't, oh my gosh. I mean, the list is long, and we proud of that. Because they are what made these dogs that we talk about today. And we're going to always show homage to them. And we're trying to show y'all and tell y'all, look, fellas, this ain't about having a big head. This ain't about bragging. This is about showing you something and how it worked. History that we go through. We can go back and show you. They had it. All you seen us do was take a little bit from everybody and brought it home. And some of them choices was really hard, man. Yeah, I seen my man Scratch Line, Red Bobby, say something that I laughed because he felt like, he said, man, I just hung around and we just picked up on the scraps. No, Red Bobby, it was never scraps, homeboy. You was family. You was family the minute you stepped on the yard, and you helped us do what you did. You was always, y'all boys was always gonna be in position, and that's why I can sit back and tell you and look into this camera and know how our mentors felt. To see us do what we did. Because when I seen them do what they did, how could we not be proud of them? When they can take something that they learned and then can stand on it now and look back and tell y'all. See, they need to be telling their story. We try to tell their story for them because, hey, we put their dogs up because a lot of them dogs y'all see too, them boys is behind them dogs. There's a couple people, not everybody, we was private, so not everybody had our shit. So, of course, you know, we're going to show homage to them because they show everything that we was doing, they could do the exact same thing. And they did. How you not going to show homage to that? That's not hating on them or taking their shine. Just like my boys, we ain't trying to take their shine. We just trying to let y'all know that we got our shit from them. Just like when they tell you, my boys always step up. But y'all can't look down on them because I will never let nobody look down on them because if y'all had been around and y'all was talking that shit, they'd have did the same thing we did. Go get that shit and we'll eat that shit up. We'll clean out your whole damn yard. Because we knew we had the dogs. And we had no problems on going into whoever had one that wanted to get over there in that other corner. So if they learned it that way, the same way we learned it, they were going to get the same results that we got, and they did. And that's what this game is supposed to be all about. It's easy to talk that shit, but when you really about that shit and you got a history to show the work that you put in, remember, that's what receipts are for. You show the work that you put in. You ain't just talking. That's what made this game what it was. We didn't create that. All them people that we talked about create that. We just became a part of it and did it our way. Just like they did. We was just a part of what they did. They just took it and did it their way. So, if that's not showing you how unity and sticking together works, I don't know what to tell you. Because the game I come from, it was possible. Because we did it. It was possible. Because our proteges, they did it. So I never looked at it like we was giving them the scraps. I always looked at it like passing the torch. Just like when I heard Mama say, man, I was proud of y'all. I watched y'all grow. Just like when my man from Legion of Doom, from the day we had beat them, they said they followed our whole career. And they told us, you know, and they said we knew that night that y'all was going to be a hard group of dudes to beat. So when you hear that coming from the OGs that you looked up to, that you was worthy enough for them to follow your career, and then you done, and then they come back and they just tell you, you listened. I know where you got that from. And they know, because you know we don't hesitate to tell you. We got a lot from a whole bunch of people. So that's what it looks like when it works. I know, you know, this YouTube shit, you know, it's easy to get out there, but not everybody can get out there and do this. You don't see too much of what we do over here out there. You know what I'm saying? And that ain't me bragging. That's me just trying to tell you what we do over here is a whole lot different than what everybody else doing. Because all we doing is telling you our history. We can only talk about the shit that we've done. Because if you can take what we giving you, that means you getting a piece of all them other people. All them other guys. All them other Kennels. You getting all of that. Because that's where we got it from. You're supposed to take that shit up and suck it up and make it work for you, because it ain't costing you nothing to get what we giving. And to me, that's why we do what we do. I'm glad y'all show your appreciation for it. And we're going to keep doing what we doing. But, you know, like I said, that time is getting close. You know, so until we get our way out of here, you know, find our way, and we looking for you other guys who's putting these podcasts together, you know, find your knack, whatever it might be, but represent the dogs. Represent the fraternity. Because one damn thing ain't going to change, man. The American Pit Bull Terrier is still going to be the American Pit Bull Terrier, and it's going to be the dog that it was bred to be. And we did not create that. It is what it is. The quality and the name that made them what they are, you might not can't do it, but damn it, you better hurry up and find a way to make it happen, Captain. Because the last time I checked, the reason y'all can't get out here and stop talking about these old dogs, because y'all can't create these old dogs because you ain't in the avenue to do it. And that ain't me putting it down. That's just me stressing that issue. Y'all better find another way and find another way quick. Stop all the hating and acting like you're doing something when you ain't doing nothing. Because if you was, you would be helping somebody or helping each other to make that change. Because it's all about making a change, but keeping the dog to show for what it is. It ain't got to be in the pit. I mean, these dogs was built for a purpose, but it's up to you guys to find another purpose. Because you can't go back and change nothing in the past. So it is what it is. But moving forward, the names got to change for a whole new purpose and still be able to keep the integrity of the dog.
It's going to come from the basement. I'm give a damn what y'all talking about upstairs. I'm going to keep it real with y'all. I wouldn't give a damn what y'all talking about upstairs. It's not going to change until the basement change. Because it's not going to ever come to be upstairs. It's not going to happen. You're not going to tell me you're going to have great dogs upstairs compared to the dogs downstairs. It's not going to happen. It wasn't built on that. I'm sorry. Give them a new look, fine.
Find something else want to do?
Fine. But the basement, numbers may get small. But the great ones are going to always come from the basement. Give a damn. You ain't going to have them on YouTube. You ain't going to have them on Facebook.
So quit faking the funk.
And trust what we tell you is the truth. Because you know what kind of dog y'all going to have if you take the basement away. Because but none of this shit back here in the back where I'm at built on anything but the basement. Sorry. But hey, that's just the way it is. But we had a lot more of that.
That's all. Just
a whole bunch more of that.
We're in a new era.
You're in a new era. That's y'all era.
That's for y'all to figure out. That's for y'all to fix whatever the hell it is.
So for those that's down there with your night vision on, you know, you can have night vision and see good in the dark. But if you go down there night vision, seeing in the dark, and you just as dumb in the dark as you was in the light,
this ain't the time.
It's not the time. If you guys ain't carrying the honor and the dignity and the respect that this game in the basement was built on,
there's no hope.
No hope.
They're going to keep cleaning our yards and putting these dogs down.
And we're going to be with a whole bunch of dogs upstairs trying to be great dogs and never seeing the downstairs.
It's going to be a whole bunch of shit. So.
Be like my man said earlier, a bunch of, what do you call it, shitty ass dogs. I like that. Yeah, y'all going to have a bunch of shitty ass dogs. You know what I'm saying? But hey, you know, some people they grew up in the game and got that opportunity to be like, now is the time. Times has changed so much. So there's definitely adjustments to be made. And I don't have knocking nobody who wants to try it a new way.
But
ain't no new way gonna build or take over the old way.
Because it wasn't built on nothing but the old way.
Give it down. What y'all trying to tell me?
It is what it is, man.
I hear you.
But until then, we're going to keep talking about it because it's our past.
Yeah.
And I don't want y'all to never forget them old people who made this game what it was. Because they deserve the recognition. And that's how we're going to end the show. So, one thing that these dogs going to always do, and you're going to want to make sure that you have it in you to do yourself.
Right. This is for the basement, too.
Yeah.
This is for y'all. Man, bring a history changing shit in there. Go really push that scratch to win. You know what? Let me tell you something. I had a couple people tell me that they really respect that scratch to win shit. They see it in a whole new light.
Whole new light.
Whole new light. If there was anything to separate y'all from us, that scratch to win just made it a little bit harder and made the game a little bit truer. I appreciate the guys who reached out and understand, you know, and came to me and said that, yeah, that is your opportunity. Change history.
That history
Up the
consists
game.
of.
You ain't got a lot of people. But guess what? You can make it stricter and get a lot of great dogs and better shows. And the truth made a lot more clear without the controversies. If everybody scratched to win.
Because we, ourselves,
We always.
I'm trying to tell you, you better get some of that in your life. And always scratch to win. Act like y'all know, baby. Dog of the night, man.
Dog of the night, baby. I had to put it all together. Let y'all see it. Yeah, I'm going out with her tonight. The combination of putting it when it all comes together. When you put all that apple pie together and you get that type of result. Yeah, I can scratch it down just a little bit. Let me see. Now y'all see it all. There you go.
Yeah, baby. Shit. it.